Hello, and welcome to... God dang it. There it is. Welcome to Dawntrail. Today we'll actually start the story after I finish the Viper job quests. Sucro is currently taking a nap. Sucro. Sucro. Sucro, wake up. Oh, great timing. Ventures are complete. So I'm at level 90 on Viper, which means I can do the rest of the questline probably. I'm only 86 on Pictomancer, so I can't do the rest of that one yet. That'll be in the future. Next stream or the stream after it. But for now, Viper. Also, I'm playing this song on the Orchestrion for a very specific reason, which is, the Dawntrail Bingo has a Final Fantasy 9 or 10 music remix square on it, and that doesn't count for the 3 pre-existing FF9 remixes that are in the game, which is this one and 2 in PvP. That doesn't count. New remixes only. Also, Sucro has a funny lamp now. I realized that this minion seemed fitting. Somehow. Anyway, on that note, I should check the actual... Time to fill my inventory with garbage. I actually also have Scholar and Summoner at 91, but don't tell anyone about that. It's a secret. It's because I did roulettes. I got a scouting coat. That's neat. Looks like it's still mostly low res. Anyway. Previously on the Viper questline, not much happened really. We just sort of learned what Viper is. And what they do a little bit. And now, we go over here. Maybe I can decide on a voice to give Kashpa this time. Having conquered his fear of questioning the locals, Keshpa is ready to do something else. Good to see you, Sucro. After a lot of asking around, I dug up some new leads on Ixok Jajun, I think. Or at least I think I did. Wasn't easy, though. At first, the only stories of interest were about Gridanian poachers dealing in so-called exotic meats. Juveniles. In other words, too young and too dead to be what we're after. That detour notwithstanding, there are a few other tidbits that might be useful. I've got my own thoughts on the matter, but I want to hear yours too. That alright? Leave it to me. Much obliged. So I hear an adventurer came across a whole bunch of strikingly beautiful red feathers just outside of town. They ended up giving them to some kids who've been playing with them ever since. More to the point, there was talk of a huge beast with glowing blue eyes flying off towards a place called the Black Shroud. Red feathers, blue eyes, put the two together, and it sounds an awful lot like Ixok Jayun. Seems it's had enough of Thanalan and picked the Shroud as its new stamping ground. Well, what's your take on it all? It's a promising leader, we'd be fools to not look into it. Sounds reasonable, gotta start somewhere. Ah, I knew you'd agree. After the amount of mystery meat I had to sample just to squeeze information out of those butchers at the market, I'm glad it all paid off. As for our next move, I reckon we ought to take an airship to Gridania. From what I hear, a fellow by the name of Gavin over at the Adder's Nest should be able to tell us more. I'll meet you there. Oh good, they're not actually making me go to the airship dock again. You may have noticed a new gauge that I have also. I'm sure we'll get to that. The Viper gauges are useless enough that I might just turn them to simple mode. I like Viper, but the gauges are kind of redundant and unnecessary. I mean, for me, they can be useful as an alternative way of parsing the job, but they just make it more confusing to me. How might I help? I'm after a I'm searching for this dangerous creature that's come over from another continent. Ah, I see. As it happens, I am aware of a beast that matches the description of this FFXIV. Gasp. Our scouts spoke of its blue eyes and red wings, and of its aggressive nature leading it to attack any who dare approach. So it really is here in the Shroud, and up to no good already. Thankfully, there have been no deaths so far, but it's only a matter of time before a merchant or adventurer becomes the first. I believe FFXIV came here in search of new territory. Thanalan wasn't to its liking, and it's testing out the Shroud. It would appear so. I'll tell the other adders you're pursuing the beast and to lend what assistance they can. I assume that's all right with you? Yes, sir, the more the merrier. Slaying the bastard's what matters, and I ain't too proud to accept help when it's offered. So where was it last seen? In the South Shroud. Once you get there, head for Quarry Mill and look for Lieutenant Goliath. He's leading the search. Nod. Innocent Stork. I don't believe we've had the pleasure. I gather you too are in pursuit of the creature? Alright. I'm guessing that's Lieutenant Goliath, but who are those two? Oh boy. A crowd of clowns, maybe. You must be Keshka and Sucro. The Adder's Nest sent word to expect you both. I'm Goliath, the officer in charge of this operation. This is Innocent Stork, who's provided us with vital information. A merchant and her employee spotted the beast on the way back from Uldar. She's also taken the liberty of assembling a team of experts to assist in tracking the target. At no small expense, I might add, but compared to the losses my business would suffer were the creature allowed to roam free, I deemed it a worthy investment. As our goals are aligned, perhaps you wish to join my experts in the field. If so, you'll find them near Roots Lake. I'm sure you'll get along swimmingly. Looks like we're late to the party. Let's go hear what they have to say. The fellow standing behind me, my bodyguard. One can never be too careful, particularly when traversing known trade routes. Wait, hold on. I have the mount music on for a very specific reason. This also does not count for the Final Fantasy IX Bingo Square. But the digital collector's edition mount is the Arc from 9. And it does have the battle music played unaltered. So it was worth mentioning. It doesn't count this time because it's a remix. Also, it's a robot. Anyway, time to change that setting. And probably not use the mount again. I'd say we found our experts. Fresh meat for the hunt, eh? Our order came down to let you tag along, but don't get underfoot. We're looking for signs of the creature, so our naturalist can predict its movements. Well, then lay traps where it's expected to appear. Got themselves a proper plan, don't they? Seeing as they're being so accommodating, we may as well join in the search. I expect them to track it incorrectly and Kashba to be miffed about it. Because that's like his entire thing, is he knows how to track this sort of creature. Dung appears to be that of an enormous beast. Judging by its dry appearance and muted odor, it was a bit old, some time ago. More recent. I can't believe the Viper quests are full of shit. Ha 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 ha. Creatures bear the marks of enormous claws on their hindquarters, suggesting they were struck down as they attempted to flee. And then just left here? I feel like that's the most interesting part of this whole exercise, is the creatures are just there. Creatures don't usually hunt for no reason. Found me a few signs of activity. How about you? Corpses and grazing animals gouged by monstrous claws? Same here. Size and depth of the wounds are consistent with how FFXIV hunts. And just like back in Tyrol, it's killing not just to eat, but also to mark its territory, to show anyone and everyone who's boss. There you are. Managed to sniff anything out? Nod. Yes, sir. Aside from a couple of dunghills, we got some dead wildlife, most likely the work of FFXIV. I reckon it's close, somewhere north of the swamp. We came to the same conclusion. This predator makes no attempt to cover its tracks. Clearly it has survived so long by virtue of its immense proportions and in spite of its diminished intelligence. Shake head. You got it all wrong. Left those tracks on purpose to see how we'd react. Are you saying the beast is testing us? That's absurd. The level of foresight and cunning required to even attempt to do so is far beyond these lesser beings. As for the corpses it left behind, those animals must not have been to its taste. I suggest using fresh cuts of prime livestock as bait. The bloodier the better. Once the creature's been enticed, surrounding and subduing it is but a formality. I hate to break it to you, but FFXIV's way too clever to fall for that. You're gonna need every trick in the book and then some. Rest assured, I've considered every eventuality, and even if there was merit to your advice, I will not let it be said that our success was the product of anyone's genius but mine and mine alone. This guy's dying, or being humbled, or both. What difference does it make who came up with what? A momentary difference. Innocent Stork offers better a monetary difference. Innocent Stork offers better rewards based on performance. Aye, don't even think about trying to steal our thunder. We're the ones who'll bring her Ixoc whatever its name is, not you. Listen, we're trained to fight large predators like these. If you got any sense, you'll let us take the lead. And put our lives in the hands of complete strangers? I think not. There's no place in our strategy for you, so stand aside and await further instructions. Fine, have it your way. If you've half the hunters you think you are, FFXIV's as good as dead, right? They're all dying. Come on, Sucro, let's leave him to it. Nothing good ever came from working with people you can't trust. Even I know that. Nod. Then it's decided. You two will wait at the southern end of the lower paths. Be ready to give chase in case the beast escapes us. Not that it will. How many of these people are toast? That's the question. Probably not all of them, but most of them. Or at least, like, half, maybe. Maybe none of them, I don't know anything. A Viper should be the one to finish off FFXIV, to properly avenge our brother in arms. But really, it doesn't matter who does the deed, so long as the beast dies. Someone else is also doing this questline. Awful quiet, don't you think? Ah! 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 Yep. You hear that? Nod. That must be one of the hunting party. Came from the north. Let's move. Well. Yeah. Wow. This guy really is the I'm a genius, oh no, like, almost exactly. And just as quickly. It's bad, real bad. Uh, uh. Shaking head, narrowing eyes. I know it hurts, but please tell us what happened. It was watching us. Sheep. That fresh lamb should draw the target out of hiding. Though if I lace it with the toxin I brought, success is practically guaranteed. Toxin? We are explicitly told not to kill the beast, in case you've forgotten. Of course not. It can be used as a sedative. Highly potent, but only lethal if applied in excess. If you lack the stomach for it, I'll do it myself. Naturally, my personal contributions will be detailed in the final report to ensure credit is given where due. What the hell's you playing at? If it catches wind, the plan's ruined. Shouldn't we go after them? Nah, it'll only make things worse. That bookworm wants to stick his neck out for a few gil more. I say let him. What? Ah! Yelling. Dead. Creature. Wow, that's a creature. Gods have mercy, there it is! Stay calm, nothing's changed except the bait. Now's our chance. Literally everyone died. Okay, I was right the first time. Except for this guy, maybe. They were screaming. I ran, but I could still hear. You were right. It knew. It knew! I'm dead now. Kashqua, Sucro, by the 12, what happened here? The hunters became the hunted. I shall see that their remains are recovered and the necessary rites performed. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to return to Quarry Mill and share these unfortunate tidings with innocent Stork. Nod. I can already see a lot of the, like, extra work that they put into, like, character expressiveness and the camera in Dawntrail cutscenes through the Viper cutscenes alone. And from hearing vague things about it, I suppose. Even with the sedatives, they didn't stand a chance. If only I'd talked him out of it, none of this would ever have happened. I think 8 is Imperishable Night, yeah. Because 6 is Embodiment of Scarlet Devil, and 7 is Perfect Cherry Blossom. So 8's Imperishable Night. I'd anticipated casualties, but it was a massacre. Ixok-Xiaoyun's grown bolder. Before it only hunted animals, lone travelers. Prey it knew it could handle with ease. Its past brushes with death taught it to be cautious. That's probably why it fled to Roll in the first place, too. It just outwitted a group of armed hunters. Instead of running away from trouble, the beast went looking for it. This was sport, a game. It was having fun. And now that it's had a taste, it's only gonna want more. My poor judgment invited this tragedy. I must make amends. Please allow me to assist you in pursuing the creature. Even without a team of experts at my disposal, I believe my network of contacts will prove useful in gathering vital information. Keep the freelancers out of it and leave the hunting to us, or we'd be grateful for information, but we'll take care of the rest. Information could help, but we'll deal with it. Nod. Understood. I place my faith in your abilities as Vipers. Appreciate it, ma'am. If you turn up any leads, be sure to let us know. I'd best return to the Adder's Nest and deliver my report. It's imperative we inform the populace of the threat posed by Ixok-Xiaoyun. Might I ask that you use Quarry Mill as your temporary base of operations? Knowing where to find you will make it easier to coordinate our efforts. Nod. Suits me fine. Besides, I got plenty to do here, like learn about this neck of the woods and the critters and whatnot. While I have you, there's one thing I want to ask. How'd the twin adders get their name? Well, if you read Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 1, I beg your pardon, what does that have to do with Ixok-Xiaoyun? Nothing really, it's just that us Vipers based our fighting arts on snakes, so they're near and dear to our hearts. Might even say we got a reverence for them. Is that so? I suppose we also feel a kinship towards snakes. The name Twin Adders comes from the pair of white snakes on the Gridanian standard, though that imagery predates the city-state's founding. There's more I could tell you, though I fear other matters must take precedence. In a feat? What does that mean? With a history as long as that, we'd be here talking till the Pakas came home. Love to hear more about it, but I understand it'll have to wait. Nod. I best get to learning what I can about Ixok-Xiaoyun. While I see to that, maybe you ought to squeeze in some more training. Nod. Bow. Serpent salute. Fate. Okay. Spelling is difficult. Especially when you're not a disciple of Magic Main. Because you play Dragoon, they don't have spells. That's ridiculous. Anyway. Vipers on the hunt. I had a bad feeling when I woke up this morning. Sure enough, FFXIV has struck again. Goliath and Innocent Stork are trying to narrow down where it'll appear next, based on the reports. So far, they've come up empty. Here Goliath is over at Fallgourd Float, talking to witnesses. Let's go see what he's learned. Right, you mentioned that to me before. I remember that now. And other people were less happy about this design because humans and elves were not the only people around. It was a whole thing. Maybe we'll learn more of that in this quest as well. That'd be interesting. Same as with Innocent Stork's hunters. It's leaving the corpses where they lie, uneaten, all to make a point. This is my claim, and you'll live or die at my pleasure. By the way, this quest is... Let me check my journal. 85. So 83, 85. Probably like 87, 89, 90 or something then. I thank you for coming. I expect Keshwa has shared some of the details, but it's even worse than we thought. FFXIV grows increasingly bold with deadly consequences. For a blessing, the people here remain calm, though we must act quickly to avoid widespread panic. The Adders have called upon anyone with information to share and asked that they gather here. As we requested that any detail be reported, no matter how small, we find ourselves somewhat inundated. I'm certain, however, that among the accounts are clues vital to locating our quarry. We can help with that. All we gotta do is ask folks around here what they seen, right? Ah, yes, that would be most helpful. Perhaps you could start near the Aetheryte while Sucro asks those over by Bobbing Cork. By the Bobbing Cork. He's getting used to the concept of asking people stuff. Good for you, Keshkor. What's up, mild-mannered adventurer? I was passing through the North Shroud when I saw a frightful creature with immense red wings. It was a little too far away to see clearly, but it seemed to be battling a group of smaller beasts, which it promptly slaughtered before flying away. Even from a distance, I could make out what it did to those other smaller creatures. I'll never forget the way its claws ripped through them like a knife through butter. What's up, weary adventurer? While passing through, I heard that some fiend was on the rampage over in the East Shroud. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I saw all the people coming from that direction and the looks on their faces, I decided to stay put. Good thing I did too, or I might have died. What's up, traumatized adventurer? Oh dear. I saw it flying over the Central Shroud. With each flap of its massive wings came a powerful wind bearing the scent of blood. So noxious and suffocating. It's all I could do not to vomit where I stood. Those crimson wings, the stench of blood, it'll haunt me till the end of my days. Forgot to talk to weary adventurer a second time. I don't know exactly what happened in the East Shroud, but given the way the survivors were talking, it must have been horrific. Well, people have seen it and no one's happy about it. Basically, yeah. Everyone's got a story to share, but nothing that seems to point to where FFXIV might strike next. You do any better? Northeast and Central Shroud, huh? Folks I asked said it was in the south. I tell you, it must be trying to make the whole damn forest its territory. Hold on now, one of the guys I talked to was in the East Shroud. Your witnesses heard the beast was on the rampage, but mine said he never saw FFXIV, even though they should have been there at the same time. That's worth looking into, don't you think? You might be onto something. I'm not saying this is the answer, but you never know where a trail will take you till you follow it. Could lead you to the dawn, or something, maybe. Could end up walking to the end. We ought to go chat up that fella again. I'll take you to him. This is the gentleman who sauntered through the East Shroud and didn't see a thing, or so he says. Composed adventurer. So, here's a question that I'm pondering as this is going on. At what point does this get out of control enough that the elementals step in? This seems like the elementals would hate this. There's a powerful creature from somewhere else causing problems in the 12's Wood. Shouldn't the elementals just show up and smite it to death? What are the elementals doing? As I said before, I was traversing the East Shroud on an errand when I heard what sounded like the flapping of enormous wings. A moment later, I saw a wounded animal charging through the brush. It was then that I recalled the rumors of a monstrosity on the loose, realized I was in danger, and ran. So the critter was hurt, but still able to make an escape. The only way it could have gotten away from FFXIV is if the bastard chose to let it go. Meanwhile, our friend here was close enough to hear the wings flapping, yet lived to tell the tale. An adventurer traveling alone would have been easy pickings, so why'd FFXIV spare him? He did something no adventurer had done before? He was carrying something that no other adventurer had. Were you carrying something weird? All I had on me were some bottled potions and ethers. Ah, but there was one other thing. I carry a potpourri filled with Garabanian wildgrass, an Alamegan custom, in case you're unaware. That's gotta be it. Goliath will want to hear about this. That was odd. I've never seen anyone get so excited by the mere mention of a potpourri, but it takes all sorts, I suppose. Xiaoyun dislikes potpourri. I see. This is vital information. Actually. We can go over the finer details later, but first I need Goliath to look into something for me. Could you wait here a moment? Keshko has asked me to verify a theory of his. It shan't be long. It's exactly as you surmised. Most of those who've seen FFXIV and lived to tell the tale are Alamegan adventurers. I knew it. It's gotta be that fragrance. A lot of animals have a powerful sense of smell, and FFXIV's no exception, which makes it that much more sensitive to odors it doesn't care for. I reckon the beast can't stand the wild grass in those potpourris. It's a potent fragrance, a lot like another kind of grass we got back in Tyrol. Come to think of it, FFXIV never went anywhere near that grass. Was growing. If one man's meat is another's poison, perhaps the same can be said for aromas. Exactly. And now that we know what FFXIV can't stomach, we can use this information to drive it where we want it. Then it would behoove me to share our discovery with Innocent Stork. Given the information and contacts at her disposal, I dare say she'll help us find a way to utilize the fragrance to its maximum potential. I dare say you're right. In the meantime, we'll head on over to Garabania and pick us some wild grass. Yes, by all means. We must do everything in our power to avert further tragedy. Many of the adventurers gathered here are so terrified of encountering FFXIV that they're considering abandoning the profession entirely. Several are yet fledglings. If they had to contend with a foe far beyond their reckoning, they'd die before gaining enough experience to be even considered adventurers. The thought of their bright futures being snatched away like that is almost more than I can bear. This is the very reason I joined the Twin Adders, to prevent such senseless deaths. Therefore, I humbly request your cooperation in slaying the dread FFXIV. No need. I had every intention of putting the bastard in the dirt. Nod. Nod. To the matter at hand, then. A few moments ago, one of the adventurers mentioned that the wild grass we seek grows abundantly at Pike Falls. Once you've collected enough, let us rendezvous at Quarry Mill. I must warn you, though, that Garabanya is home to some particularly vicious wildlife. Be on your guard. Nod. This is kind of amusing, because at the start of Sucro Quest, when I ended up picking up Sage because Endwalker released before I was done with, like, A Realm Reborn, the quest line abruptly went, you don't have access to Idyllshire? You can't continue this right now. Stop it. So it's funny that they did something like that again. Because this is impossible if you don't have access to Garabanya, of course. I mean, probably the majority of players doing the Viper quest line are going to be at or beyond Stormblood, so like it makes sense. And it would be very limited design space if they were restricted to Realm Reborn areas and such. So I wouldn't say it's a flaw or anything. It's just a funny observation that it is theoretically possible to run into a wall here. Thankfully, these quests are, well, I was at level 70 and not in Heavensward yet with Sucro, so it's entirely possible, is the thing. But it's just funny that this happens. Oh no. A bee. This brings back memories. One time I was picking herbs to make a paralyzing agent that works wonders on Tural Vidral. Only thing was I forgot to wear gloves and couldn't feel my hands for the next 3 days. That ought to do it. As much as I'd love to stick around and study the wildlife, we'd better get back to Quarry Mill. So far the Viper quests have made me fight a bunch of tutorial creatures and 1 bee. Cool motorcycle that I will see the context for in approximately 2 months or less. So you can get a motorcycle in high-tech future zone, huh? How interesting. Why did I go here? There's a teleport directly in Quarry Mill. Now we just need a way to defuse the extract. Upon being informed of your plan to entrap FFXIV, I came as quickly as I could. You've done well to gather so much wild grass. As promised, I've called upon Innocent Stork to advise us on our next steps. I placed an order with an alchemist acquaintance for custom-made diffuser pouches, which we may employ to spread the aroma over a wide area while prolonging its potency. We will issue these pouches to twin adder units tasked with driving the beast into an isolated location of our choosing. Away from civilians and an ideal spot for the final showdown. That's good thinking. Indeed, once the pouches have been produced, the beast is as good as ours. If I may, there is a further request I wish to make. Rather than slaying Ixok Joyun outright, would you instead be able to capture it alive? The better to understand its behavior. Such knowledge will prove invaluable should predators of a similar nature trouble us in the future. That's a risk we can't afford to take, ma'am. Those hunters of yours tried baiting it with a carcass laced with sedatives, but Ixok Joyun saw right through their plan. It's demonstrated a degree of cunning to rival any man's. Even if we did capture it, it's only a matter of time before it escapes and kills again. There's only one way you can deal with a monstrosity like that. You slay it first chance you get. No half measures, no hesitation. Then we are left with no other choice. Pray forgive me for making such an ill-considered suggestion. I shall abandon all thoughts of capturing the beast and instead turn my attention to the procurement of the diffuser pouches. You will hear from me soon. The ominous music suggests that you're lying. And also your evil smirk suggests that you're lying. So you're obviously plotting some evil schemes. She ought to know by now what we're up against. Why even ask? She can't be trusted, or she's got her own angle. She can't be trusted. Nice timing with the ominous thunderstorm. I ain't the type to guess at folks' motivations. Wish she'd do us all a favor and put her cards on the table. The rich and powerful are rarely so obliging. You got that right, but since us salt of the earth are speaking our minds, there's a fear in you, but of what I can't tell. Gil for your thoughts. Never know, I might be able to help. Well, after talking with those adventurers, I can't help but feel a little scared of Ixok Shoyun, that's all. Anyway, I should return to Gridania to, make my report. Folks always saying one thing, but meaning another, just when I was starting to believe I'd gotten the hang of polite conversation. Ain't no force in the issue, though, I know. If Goliath has something to say, he'll say it when he's good and ready. So now we gotta wait on those pouches, and who knows how long that'll be. I'll keep an eye on things here, so I recommend you get ready to face Ixok Joyun. Into the Viper Pit, 88. Okay, we're jumping to 88, so the next one will be 90. So 83, 85, 88, 90 are the Viper and Pictomancer quests then. Goliath sent word that the diffuser pouches are ready. He's heading on over now. Once he arrives, we can finally put this plan into action. Pouches have been distributed among the twin adders along with instructions on the correct handling. You see, according to the alchemist who made them, the aroma of the wild grass dulls the senses. For the average person, this would do little more than soothe the nerves, but to a creature with a heightened sense of smell, the effect would be far more pronounced. As for where we will entrap Ixok Joyun, Innocent Stork has proposed a location in the Dravanian hinterlands that she believes is ideal. The surrounding area is largely uninhabited, and Idleshire, the only settlement nearby, is... Hey look, it's Idleshire again. Is relatively simple to defend. We've already consulted with the Ishgardians, and they gave us their blessing to proceed. That's all well and good, but by the look on your face, you're not. I ain't gonna press, but I will suggest that once we get to Dervania, you best hang back and leave the fighting to us. You know, well, full well I'm keeping things from you, yet you still show concern for my well-being. Why? Just my way, I suppose, or the way I was trained as a Viper. It's our job to keep folks safe from creatures that go against the natural order. Doesn't matter who you are or whose side you're on. Politics, feuds, all that trauma ain't none of that our concern. I'll admit I've got my doubts about you, but you're someone I need to protect from FFXIV. Simple as that. There's something you need to know. Out in Western Kurthus is... So hey, are you saying that the code of the Vipers is that you don't need a reason to help people? Also known as Zidane from Final Fantasy IX's catchphrase? That he says sometimes? Basically? Well, well, as I thought you've yet to depart from Quarry Mill. What's keeping you? Lieutenant Goliath, whatever is the matter? You look like someone just walked over your grave. I'm glad to find the two of you in better spirits, though. Seeing as our friend is somewhat under the weather, perhaps it's best that he stays behind with me in Idyllshire. No objections here, but Goliath and I were having a heart-to-heart, if you don't mind. I do. We have a schedule to keep, and I must insist our dear Vipers get underway. While you're en route to the Dravanian hinterlands, I would be happy to lend an ear to Goliath in his troubles. Goliath is gonna get turbo-murdered. You needn't worry yourselves, it's of no import. I wish you both good hunting. Talk about shit timing. For better or worse, we'll find out what he was holding back soon enough. Anyway, we got a Tyrol Vidral to slay. By the way, did you know? You can set... If you have Aetheryte tickets... Oh no, I have too many pants. If you have Aetheryte tickets, you can set them to be used automatically, and you can set them to be used automatically when you have a certain... When the teleportation fee is over a certain amount of gil. So I have Aetheryte tickets set to only activate when teleportation costs are 1,000 or more. That's a fun fact about the systems. They don't really... They kind of hide. There's teleport settings in the teleport menu, and you can set all that here. Also, you can relatively easily get 60 Aetheryte tickets a week by doing elite marks from Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and Stormblood. No sign of FFXIV, which gives us time to pick a good spot for an ambush. Let me know what you find. So what's this rich jerk doing? Is she like luring the monster to kill her rivals, or like so that she can claim land or resources or something? Is she that bereft of morals? While this location offers a commanding view of the area, it does not offer enough space to fight to your full potential. The cramped conditions offer only a limited field of vision, and combat would doubtless prove difficult. You wouldn't be able to hit your positionals here, Sucro. Although the view is obstructed by the wall, you should be able to remain concealed easily. You've surveyed a number of locations, each varying in suitability. Keshko will be eager to hear your report. I found something you ain't gonna believe. You smell that? It's gotta be one of Innocent Stork's diffuser pouches. Somebody must have hidden it nearby. With a bag of wild grass stinking up the place, there's no way Ixok Juyun was ever gonna show. Goliath and Innocent Stork sent us on a wild alpaca chase. So where's our Tyrol Vidral if it ain't here? Kurthus Western Highlands? Ah, so that's what Goliath was trying to tell us. At least until he was cut off. With any luck, that clue will lead us to Innocent Stork. She's probably still plotting to capture Ixok Juyun alive, the stubborn fool. Nod. It's a little funny to have my journal open and see all of the things that I have marked as don't show me this, please. It's all like relics and Bosya's stuff I'm never gonna finish. The near quest line that I'll finish accidentally eventually. And then like the Endwalker Relic's final step that I didn't complete yet. Which will be really easy now since it's poetics, but still. I have 103 poetics. Hooray for me. No sign of our tricksters or Ixok Juyun. We best keep searching. There they are. Wait, they did capture it. There was a cage right there. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Vipers, who with all their supposed skill and intellect asserted that capturing the great Ixok Juyun was nigh impossible. Or perhaps you were simply afraid. As you can see, I proved equal to the task. All it took was a little ingenuity. You're gonna die. I understand Ixok Juyun's cunning and cruelty better than anyone. There's no way you got it in that cage without... Wait, where's your bodyguard? You yourself observed how attempting to lure Ixok Juyun with obvious bait ended in failure, but a beast is still a beast, a predator that's compelled to hunt. Casualties are inevitable, and a prudent strategy must account for them. An exceptional one, however, would leverage this element to its advantage, as mine did. You ordered him to put sedatives in his pocket and face Ixok Juyun alone. It was over before it began. His screams still ring in my ears. So you fed Ixok Juyun the sedatives and your bodyguard along with them? You're telling me he willingly offered himself up? Enthusiastically, even. All to ensure his plague-stricken family received treatment, the duration of which would be determined by his performance. He all but leapt into the beast's maw. Innocent Stork go to hell. As I'm sure Goliath would agree. Also, Innocent Stork, huh? Innocent, huh? I'm sure Goliath would agree there's no limit to what we can accomplish when given the appropriate incentive. Why go to such despicable lengths to capture Ixok Joyun, or you finally shown your true colors? So, you're terrible, huh? I dare say you've harbored suspicions since we first met. I'm pleased to say that the real me is so much more interesting. Everyone has their own unique proclivities, and I am no exception. I have awoken to the thrill of bringing rare and ferocious beasts under my power. But that only whets my appetite for the true pleasure, when I unleash my pets upon worthy opponents to enact scenes of glorious carnage! Hey, how close are we to Witch Drop right now? we're at least a little bit close. We're like in the area, right? What if we renamed it Bitch Drop? Cat, hello. There is a cat present somewhere. I've met my share of monsters, but none of them compare to you. A monster and a fool. That there's a Taral Vidral. The moment you open that cage, it's gonna rip you to shreds. Also, hello, welcome. Wait, I said hello and welcome, I think. Hello and welcome to everyone, if I didn't. Indeed it would, if it were so inclined. But if Ixok Joyun is as intelligent and bloodthirsty as you say, it will soon learn that I can provide a constant supply of worthy prey. In return, it will accept me as its master. It's awake! Surprise, it has eye lasers. You're dead. You're a smoldering pile of ash. Ah! What? I guess you have your other beasts around, huh? I grow tired of this place. One of my lesser pets should be more than adequate to dispose of you. Although, after all, I am loath to release Ixok Joyun while it remains subdued. And though I may not be watching, do try to put on a good show regardless. Yeah, she does feel like... I mean, except Monster Hunter does kind of capture stuff and put it in arenas, like, normally? Well... But that does seem like the kind of angle... I guess Monster Hunter does have antagonists in Monster Hunter stories. And they were trying to capture stuff in a weird way. Well, anyway. Cool lizard, I guess. Keshko is being surrounded by cats who are just poking him. Thanks, I owe you. Gods damn it. Can't believe anyone would be stupid enough to try taming a Taral Vidral, never mind Ixok Joyun itself. What really sticks in my craw is that Goliath has been dancing to Innocent Stork's tune. Now I was thinking he needed our help. She must be manipulating him. Or he seemed afraid of her like before. He was scared of her. You're right. There's more to this than meets the eye. Anyway, no point freezing our asses off here. Let's get back to Quarry Mill to think things over. Someone forgot to stop being disguised as the Stormblood Imperial. Cool, weird sword. Why do I keep teleporting to here? I keep selecting Quarry Mill. But here's that motorcycle I don't have the context for yet, again. And some sort of large chocobo collided with Sucro exactly as she teleported. One thing I know for certain is that Ixok Joyun ain't gonna play the obedient pet for long. Innocent Stork's gonna find that out the hard way. But I reckon that'll be after she gets the urge to indulge her twisted appetites. I'll do what I can to suss out where she got to before then. Then there's Goliath. The Twin Outers need to know what he's been up to, and that he's still alive, for now at least. And best get back to your training for now. Caged or not, Ixok Joyun's out there, and our job ain't done till it's dead. The Fat Chocobo mount reminds me that I need to show Pictomancer PvP at some point. But I only have Pictomancer at 84, so maybe I'll do that after the Pictomancer quests a stream or two from now. Vengeance of the Viper! Since the last time we spoke, the Twin Adders have been looking for Goliath, but they ain't found hide nor hair of him. Meanwhile, there have been plenty of Ixok Joyun sightings. Seems Innocent Stork's eager to put a new pet to work. I expect that's why Goliath's commanding officer asked for our help. Let's head to the Otter's Nest and hear what he has to say. While I'm here, I should turn in all of my random garbage. Maybe. Oh, I did also get a new umbrella. The Bomb Parasol is part of the PvP reward series. Hooray. It's neat. Wait, I need to sell my garbage. I mean, turn in my garbage. Wait, I don't need any of this stuff anymore. I haven't got the coyote minion yet. I wonder if they'll ever change the repeated delivery complete noise being like this. It's funny, so I don't know if I want them to. Time to get nothing. Magitech Avenger, worth not much, probably. Bullpup, also worth not much. There's always a chance of getting something worth a lot of money from those, so why not, I guess. I'm the only one who dyed their level 90 swords. Sucro is waiting. That's a weird stance to wait in, Sucro. It's good to finally meet you both. Goliath spoke highly of you and your contributions to our hunt for Ixok Joyun. Speaking of which, you got information for us, right? You've received multiple eyewitness reports of a creature surpassing even the most elite marks. It dispatches its victims swiftly before flying away. At Innocent Stork's direction, I'll wager. She's setting Ixok Joyun loose to kill for her own amusement. Nod. Those slain were mostly roaming adventurers, but the circumstances of each attack suggest an escalation. The beast is striking in broad daylight and closer to more populated settlements. The risk of a massacre grows greater by the day. There is another matter I wish to discuss, which may shed some light on the situation. We've received a letter from Goliath. Gasp. Though details are sparse, he wishes to resign from the Twin Adders. The letter also includes a message for the two of you. Do you recall our discussion in southern Thanalan? Though my aspirations were beyond me, I pray that you succeed in fulfilling your own. I remember Goliath. He wanted to prevent those with bright futures from dying before their time. That's why you joined the Twin Adders. Wait, we had that talk in the Shroud, not Thanalan. And he mentions our aspirations, which is to protect people from rampaging beasts, don't you see? He's telling us that FFXIV's gonna appear in southern Thanalan. Nod. A hidden message, albeit not a particularly well-hidden one. If Innocent Stork read this, she would have surely divined his intent. I can only surmise that she knew and allowed the letter to be sent regardless. What better way to lure you into a confrontation with FFXIV than by taking advantage of Goliath's sincere plea to help? For help. Trap or not, a confrontation suits me fine. If it's a show she wants, then we're happy to oblige. Determined. As for the wearer, she doubtless wishes to avoid attracting the attention of the immortal flames in the Amalja. The Sagoli Desert, like as not. I will send word to Uldar, but in the meantime I wish you every success. Nod, nod. Serpent nod. That was like a serpent salute plus a nod. That's a new one. Hey, can we get the U tribe to help with us? They're right next door. You better not be nuking the local cat population. Okay, so like, I'm pretty sure the skybox was always like this, but still. It might be twinkling more than it used to. Still a dang pretty skybox. Anyway. Hey, wait. This person's name is Ulolamao. This cat is named LOL LMAO, basically. God. Also, the worms are here. As always. There's even one right here. Another carcass. This was FFXIV's work. Didn't expect the trail to be this easy to pick up, but perhaps I should have. All that's left now is to walk straight into the trap. No viper worth their salt ever shied away from danger, am I right? Well, I wouldn't know, but okay. New music. Nod. One of the Dawntrail leitmotifs is here. Well, rip Goliath. Such grace, such power, magnificence itself given form, worthy of awe. Alas, these mediocre distractions are a poor canvas for your art. It's over, innocent stork. On the contrary, the main attraction is just beginning. Goliath, what have you done to him? After his childish trick with the coded letter, I decided to let Iksok Shoyun punish him. An appetizer, if you will. All the money and the privilege in the world, and this is how you choose to use it? Killing for the sake of killing? You're no better than a Toral Vidral, a monster that deserves to die. A flattering comparison, though you seem to be forgetting the literal monster that stands before you. Iksok Shoyun, I've brought you fresh prey. Oh shit, Iksok Shoyun got a text box. ... No, I haven't forgotten about you. A coward through and through, I knew, but one that I thought had some pride. Guess I was wrong. Hell yeah, this song. It's time. Iksok Shoyun is ours. I was expecting new battle music, but I'll always accept relics. Right then. Iksok Shoyun, give me a bloody spectacle! I'm missing some of the dialogue. Yeah. Wait, what's that smell? Worthy foes indeed. The time for games is over. What was that? Some underhanded tactic, no doubt. Is this the limit of your power? Kill them now! Something's wrong with Iksok Shoyun. Don't tell me. Move, you great brute, move! That's it, innocent Sorks made a huge mistake! Okay, now we're going to have a second battle theme, maybe. Is this all you're capable of? Are you not satisfied with the prey I've provided? You'll have all that you want and more, but only if you obey. Kill them! Kill them now! I demand it! This ain't the Iksok Shoyun I know, and I reckon Innocent Stork is the reason why. I can smell the wild grass on her. A less potent mixture than the one we doled out before. Just enough to keep Iksok Shoyun at arm's length. But even that's too much for the Vidral's senses. That's why it's addled and can't think straight. Even so, she's made a fool's bet. Iksok Shoyun's only tolerated Innocent Stork and her shenanigans to sate its own bloodlust. Two apex predators can't make nice forever. I'm not done with you yet! Elias, you stubborn worm! What?
To the stars. I love not thinking. I am really feeling it. A short vacation.
Destroy!
True. Maybe now it can concentrate on the fight. Alright, Sucro. Give it everything you've got. I think this is Dawntrail dungeon boss music, or maybe mini boss music. I don't remember which one. Probably boss. Looks like it's through messing around. Keep it together. I thought you'd do that, but I didn't think you'd do it that quickly. It's acting strangely, be careful! That packed a punch! God damn it! This ain't over, not by a long shot! Sucro, you alright? The wings, they accumulate ether before the beast strikes. Goliath is right. Oh, that was Goliath. When it spreads its wings, get ready for a huge attack. Come on, together now. I messed up a little. Go for the wings, keep it pinned down. That did the trick. Yeah. I appreciate the center telegraph message a lot. Don't hold back, it won't escape me again. That's a good point. Was it a red and steel pattern? Kinda, maybe. O restless beast, may you find peace in death. As the serpent sheds its skin, relinquish this husk, that you may rise again to greet a new dawn. Innocent Stork genuinely believed that she could bend such a creature to her will, but arrogance cost her her life. Nod. She never understood what she was dealing with, or afforded it proper respect. She took her superiority for granted, but the power she wielded to flaunt the laws of men was powerless against the natural order. Goliath, Sucro, thank you for everything. It was a damn sight harder than I reckoned it'd be, but I finally avenged my brother in arms and fulfilled my duty. I can once again hold my head high. Smile. Isn't Hold Your Head Up High one of the lyrics in the Dawntrail theme? The hunt is finished. All that remains is for me to face my punishment. Somewhere in there, I think. Iksok Shoyun might be dead, but we've still got a loose end or two to tie up. Nod. You haven't told us why you led us on a merry chase for Innocent Stork. Guess we'll come clean now. Oh, great timing for the time of day to start changing, actually. Well, when I was a young child, my merchant parents were slain by a wild creature on their travels. I meant what I said at Fallgourd when I told you I swore to save others from a similar fate. That's why I joined the Twin Adders. A commendable motivation. Nod. And then I met Innocent Stork, who explained with great enthusiasm that she shared my desire to protect others by bringing these beasts to heal. I thought I'd found a kindred spirit. But I later realized she'd fed me nothing but lies. She used me to obtain information collected by the Twin Adders, all for the sake of identifying potential additions to her menagerie. I disclosed all manner of sensitive intelligence to her, believing it was in furtherance of her efforts to save lives. By the time I learned of her true intentions, it was too late. I confronted her, told her that I was going to inform my superiors. She smiled and laughed and said she would unleash her fiends upon Britannia if I spoke a word, with some of her finest reserved specifically for my family. And I'm guessing it was Innocent Stork's idea to have you join the investigation into Iksok Shoyun. Nod. It was. There's no excuse for what I did. Allowing myself to become her pawn has led to so much needless suffering. Nothing I can say or do will ever be enough to earn your forgiveness. Whatever punishment awaits me, I shall accept it gladly. Oh, Sucro, what do you think? I think you should decide, or we'd better hand him over to the Twin Adders. Well, what do you think? If he'd only done me wrong, I'd be willing to look the other way, but his deceptions caused all kinds of trouble for the Twin Adders. They're the ones who need to stand in judgment. Quite right. I shall request that my superior meets us at Quarry Mill, where I shall give a full account. Nod. It's settled then. Meet us there when you're ready. When you're ready. I said, like, where you're ready. Hey, look at this freaking sand texture. The hell? This is new sand texture, right? Sand. Wait. Depth of field on. Sand.
What? What is this?
It's sand. Oh, I know why I keep teleporting there. It's because I see the quest mark and it's covering up the teleport point. That's why. I appreciate you coming to see that justice is served. I take it there's more to your report than the slaying of FFXIV. As a soldier of the Twin Adders, your actions are inexcusable. Once I've made my report, expulsion will be the least of your worries. There will likely be a trial. Hello, welcome. Where I come from, we don't take kindly to liars neither. Our word is our bond, and the violation of that trust demands punishment. But I will say this, the lies he told were to protect the people of Gridania. Not only that, the actions he took contributed directly to the defeat and death of FFXIV. I won't say the end justifies the means, but it's not nothing. Duly noted, though I trust you understand that this consideration may not change the outcome. Yes, sir, ain't my place to tell you folks how to handle your business. I'm just a simple man who crossed the salt to kill a withdrawal. But if Goliath isn't stuck in a cell for the foreseeable future, I got something he can help me with. See, now that my business here's concluded, it's high time I made my way home. Trouble is, passage back is more than I can presently afford. I'm gonna need to put in some work, and I reckon Goliath could help me find clients in need of a Viper's skills. For a simple man who knows better than to tell us how to handle our business, you've struck upon an intriguing solution. Well, I have spent a fair bit of time in the company of a silver-tongued someone. I'm a camp. Goliath, your conduct cannot easily be forgiven. Even so, it must be acknowledged that you played a vital role in the slaying of FFXIV. Swear to never again stray from the path of righteousness, and no charges will be brought against you. Moreover, I will accept your voluntary resignation, as you did previously request. With this arrangement, you may yet pursue your dream of defending the innocent from nature's most deadly threats, in your capacity as Keshqua's assistant. What say you? I shall do as you ask. You have my word. Though I will bear the shame of my misdeeds for as long as I live, I shall endeavor to redeem myself through service to the people. You can start by finding me some beasties to slay. Nod. Well, seems like I'll be sticking around Eorzea for a while longer. In the meantime, you're sure to find clients of your own. I reckon this continent's more than big enough for the both of us. Wherever there are folks in need of a Viper, that's where we'll be. I'm a snake. And a cat. And I guess that's the Viper quests. Not a bad little quest line. Nothing mind-blowing. But I enjoyed it. And you're still here. Victorious Viper! Is that a Vic Viper joke? Like, disguised? Twin Fang. That makes sense. But I don't have fangs, that's the other kind of cat. How goes it, Sucro? Hunted any challenging prey lately? How you doing? Just like back in Tyrol, I've been working as a viper. Putting down all kinds of beasts, only difference now is that Goliath is the one finding clients for me. We must be doing something right, because the guild's been rolling in. Still got a ways to go till I've earned enough for the ferry ride back home, though. Goliath actually suggested using some of my savings to pay for trips to Ishgard and Charlian, so I can hunt marks further afield. Happy to go wherever I'm needed, even if getting there sets me back a few gil. What's a viper? The art of the viper has been passed down in Tyrol since ancient times. We used it to protect folk from deadly creatures. Back home we got beasts called Tyrol Vidral to deal with. They're usually an offshoot of a more common species, but are larger, meaner, and often have strange powers to boot. That's why our ancestors looked to snakes for inspiration, because they can take on foes a whole lot bigger than themselves. Our fighting techniques are designed to mimic their quick, agile movements. After a while, people started calling us vipers, and I guess the name stuck. We still specialize in hunting Tyrol Vidral, but we'll deal with any beast that needs killing. So while there are no Vidral here in Eorzea, I'm going back and forth on how to pronounce the R, I can carry on like I would back in Tyrol, putting my skills to use for the benefit of all. Though if I were to hit the road again, I heard tell about these creatures way east of here that, with the passing of many years, apparently gained powers similar to those of Vidral. Folk out there call them auspices. Might be nice to meet one in the flesh, see how they compare to Tyrol Vidral. Now that I'm no longer an adder, I had no choice but to hand in my uniform. With my new garb, I'm ready to fend off forest-dwelling fiends alongside Keshqua. And yet you're still doing the military at ease pose. So, how bad do you think the queue is right now? I realize we're already logged in. But we haven't looked at the title screen or the intro movie yet, when we're about to start the Dawntrail MSQ for real. The queue's probably like moderate at the moment. Yeah. But anyway, queue aside, I've actually just prepared for this by muting the game audio first. I recorded the title screen and intro movie. Behold! I like the title screen a lot in Dawntrail so far. Yeah. One I prepared earlier, exactly. The mix of the Dawntrail theme and the Final Fantasy theme is really good. So we've known this full trailer for a while now, and known pieces of it for even longer. But this is like the full trailer, and not like the launch trailer that I haven't watched in English. So, yeah, I agree, for sure. People were worried about being flashbanged by the title screen, but it's not too bad so far. I love the theme too. This is like slightly worse frame rate than if I watched it in the game probably, but that's fine.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
I'm already jamming. Square Enix Reef is great, yeah.
Will soon be in sight.
Oh no, I covered up Soken's name. I'm sorry, Soken. Heh. This is actually different from the full trailer because they changed from Creative Business Unit 3 to Creative Studio 3. They had to change the logo. Also, the credits weren't in the full trailer.
Come now. There's no cause for panic. This one might make for a worthy opponent.
And that was the first time that Estinian's armor has ever been washed. Maybe the second. A lot of the camera cuts in this full trailer are really clever too, like the spear stab into the cooking meat there, as one example. Like the storyboarding, I guess, of this is fantastic. You ever just drop a fruit on a passerby to advertise your fruit stall or whatever? Fair enough. Different armor. Yeah, they've gotten really good at this. And this is where they first revealed Viper. 2 swords instead of 1. This is the nutkin that's absolutely going to be plot critical, I hope. What exactly constitutes plot critical is something I haven't figured out yet. Urianger's only line in the trailers. Here's where they reveal, what if 2 swords was 1 sword that was 2 swords instead? And now here's the second part of the trailer that they didn't show until they revealed the full thing, except for like bits and pieces. Taco. I didn't notice how much his tail wags excitedly after that, because he's also a dog, I guess. And here's the Pictomancer reveal. Oh, you never saw this, Karma? And here's Krell using Pictomancer Limit Break 3 in the middle of town, causing mass destruction. Which is still funny to me. Krell, no. It's fine, it doesn't have friendly fire, I guess, but still. That's a really cool shot, too.
There. Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
He's so excited.
You and your adventures. I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage?
And here's the Wuklamat reveal.
Last we are come to the land you call the New World.
And also the female Hrothgar reveal.
Home. Tural.
This is the first time she ever showed up. This was before 6.55. Also, I guess, haircut reveal? I think we've seen that before, though. Yay! It's really funny to clap as a PNG tuber. Okay, anyway, enough of that. Anyway. And now, I'm gonna step away for a second. So I guess we can do this or that. There's 3 people here. That's more than 0. You wanna flip a coin? It says 4 on your end. Well, Stream Elements is also watching. Thank you, Stream Elements, for your continued viewership. Prediction. Start. This, that. Start. Got it. I'm not back yet. I was distracted by a corgi. But this is the winner. Congratulations. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I am actually here now. As I said, I was distracted by a corgi. I went to refill water, and Lewis sprinted towards me and demanded to be pet. I don't think I've shown Lewis on stream yet. Here's a picture of a corgi. Thank you for following. Or, thank you for a tip for $5 from Stream Elements? What? Okay, well here's a picture of Lewis. He's good. Apparently he was sitting outside my door listening to me doing voice acting and tilting his head. Which is great. I did thank Stream Elements for that. So that means you gave me $5, doesn't it? You're doing a bit. Anyway. A new world to explore. Welcome back, Sucro. I just had word from Erinville. I know it says that. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Tyrol aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. So I've heard there's a bug where the voice acting in Dawntrail sometimes is very muffled or doesn't exist. We'll see quickly if that's the case, probably. I forgot you can't jump on the ladder. This room sucks. Unless. This chair is also fake. But there's an option to make text auto advance only when voiced. And I'm going to keep that on at least until we verify that, so we can use that to verify it. God, I forgot, yeah. The second there's a voiced cutscene, the dialogue will automatically go forward, and if there's no voice accompanying it, we'll know something's off. Sucro, look at map. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Time to voice these clowns again. The only one yet to arrive is Erinville himself. Doing my best to approximate their voice acting. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard the vessel bound for Tyrol. There will be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erinville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tyrol, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolo is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession, and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Elfino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrol, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Cryle? Nod. Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he'd been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. Nod. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Hoist sail and let the wind take us as she pleases. We won't make you answer by standing here and talking about it. Or, I go wheresoever adventure is to be found. I go wherever adventure is. Yeah, that's what they tell me. Right then, if we are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Group nod. I've also heard complaints. Of course, I've heard complaints in general. Everyone is always complaining about everything. And that's no different for this expansion. But I've heard complaints, or mentions at least, that there's generally less voice acting in this expansion. I don't know if that's because a bunch of people ran into the bug without knowing it, or because people have no powers of observation, or because it's actually true to some extent. We'll find out. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Doesn't feel true? Yeah, I'm not super inclined to believe it. It's just something I felt like mentioning. As soon as we have confirmation that voice acting is working, I'll probably turn the auto advance off. When I can. I don't remember how to access the cutscene settings, actually. I think there's a button for it.
Savoring the moment.
Well, there it
I
is.
can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Disabled.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Nod.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Is that the first time that they've ever pronounced Merlvib's last name in the entire game? In voiced dialogue? It might be. Bluffiswin. First time since Realm Reborn? Probably.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
2 months from Limsa to get to Tural. Well, we're not from Limsa, but still.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Comedy noise already.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
We made sure to get the most pirate-voiced captain that
I
existed.
trust you have everything you need.
Nod. Group nod. Very.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks.
Cool reverb, Aaronville.
We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Graha, and doesn't get to come with us yet. He will get his taco eventually. Well, Clement, that's incredibly dangerous. Probably.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woclamat.
I have expected her to immediately like trip and almost fall off of the boat after saying that. She's just gonna hold her hand in the air for like the entire voyage. Or at least for like a day of it. Oh, cool map. The theme basically lined up with this. God, I wish she was still there, like, holding her fist in the air. Alphino has discovered a book. This makes Alizé seem so small. I mean, she
Sailing
is.
so far.
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
This guy's voice doesn't match his face very much. I bet this guy's just doing a bit. He got so committed to doing the pirate voice that he can't stop.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Some days you be a pirate. 'Tis true. Well, this'll be me voice for the rest of the Dawntrail. Not
We
really.
left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
Imagine if I did do that voice for the rest of Dawntrail. That would be something. Nod.
If and ye click on the Z key on your keyboard, all the plants do the jig. Now go away and leave me be.
I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession.
Some of our passengers have made this trip and we've learned some things. Okay.
Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Nod. Zuko looks really excited. That's a really good line from Lego Islands. I never knew about that one.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
I'll have to try and keep all the bingo squares I made in mind. See if I can remember any of them when they pop up. Boat! But like, as a reminder for the bingo, we've got this. Boat must be explored. So, Galuf Baldessian is being mentioned a lot, but it hasn't really like been shown. Being shown is what counts for that square. So, Erenville has already basically sighed, but not like the most sighing yet. And Viper Pictomancer job leveling knowledge obviously doesn't apply to the Viper quest itself. We also still have the bucket list, which we have yet to accomplish anything on, but we'll probably accomplish number 3. Feel like we're on track for a bingo already? Yeah. Like, I'm probably gonna cry. We might see an object. But yeah. We might see an object. That's how you know it's a good bingo game. Anyway, boat. Watch out, they're gonna summon a primal. What's up, Kryl? Have you spoken with our shipmates? Tyrrell's still a good distance away, and it might be a pleasant way to pass the time. What's up, Wuklamat? Deep breaths. Deep breaths. What's up, Alize? I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Well, I have... Oh, wait. Hey. Why am I in dual sword stance? How long is that state preserved? Is it because I did a cheer emote? Okay, hold on. So, victory puts you in dual stance. It must have just been the stance I was in. Battle stance puts you in twin blade. Really? That's fascinating. How you doing, Fontaine? Oh, this will be my first visit to Tyrrell. Fontaine's the name. I was working at Eshtame's Aesthetics in Ul'dah, you see, but my employment with them, came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, so Tuliolo seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. This guy has leveled up his island sanctuary, and you can tell because of his boots. He's got, I think those are the farmhands boots specifically. Of course I would notice this detail. It's fashion related. What's up, Lalafell and Gleaner? I've heard Aaronville was looking for passage to Tuliolo, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tyrrell. They are good boots. I could just leave, I guess. Just in case you forgot something. What's up, self-assured trader? An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ul'dah. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It's not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hetzaro. The Hrothgar, the Jibral. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with their clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. What if I say I'm a camp? Is that okay? I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need to use it, or for it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. That's not the pirate voice, that's close though. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what the Mamul Jaw bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. That was less of a pirate and more of a Wario voice. I tried. A big famous cat family who's taken over the concept of cat? Oh no. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tyrrell, almost 80 years ago. The Mamul Jaw's leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms, and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Kettenram returned to Tyrrell several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. I see you in Eorzea before. You're a great and famous hero. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tyrol, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Yeah, that's great. They were doing a bit the whole time, apparently. I look forward to a long soak in the hot springs of Erkelpacha, and no complaints when I dance the bathing dance. Wait. No, not the bathing dance. Some parts of Tyrol are said to be so remote that not even Kettenram made it to them. If I could explore those places, then perhaps I'll become even more famous than him. The famous tale of Burly Adventurer. I heard Aaron... Oh, right, I already spoke to you. I'm trying to speak to the people again. Yeah, Allied Society Quest is a good change to the names for those two. Wait, I recognize you. You're the champion of Eorzea. The Third Promise has you on her side. If the Third Promise has you on her side, then that shifts the odds a fair bit. I might have to change my bet. Oh, this is the generator. He's looking at it. I'm really glad that they're doing that with the writing. Salvaging it some. I wonder what the city will be like. I think that's everyone. Yeah. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Vuklamat and Erenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Yeah, that's pretty good. I should have had a bingo space for comedy sound effects, which we already would have succeeded on.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Oh no.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick.
Vuklamat, no.
I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tyrol, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
Okay. Shatona. Also confirmation that the X is Sha, which is great to know. I thought it was, but great to confirm it.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
I thought Sucre was about to... You think that's a different sailor or the same sailor as the other pirate one?
Oh dear.
Only elders at watch! This wind's too strong to take in yourself!
No.
Off the mast! We need help! Get him below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Time to fight the ocean! With my swords! That's how you do this, right? Credit to Vuklamat for fighting through the seasickness for
I have not
this.
seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy. sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless
Yeah,
Alizé,
exactly.
quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Dramatic still frame. Sucrose fought Leviathan before she knows how this works.
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
Just challenge the storm with trickery, that's all it takes.
Vuklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
She can be both. The, like, cinematography of Dawntrail already is impressive.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
To be honest, most of the time I fight Leviathan is unsynced, so I ignore the mechanic.
Would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
No, it's supposed to be a vacation, no. Here, feel, think? Wait, what? We've already done this before. Imagine, though. Every time I'm on a boat, I keep expecting here, feel, think. At this point. There goes Sucro. Here she is. Hello, Sucro. Burden. I mean, the storm wasn't great for anyone.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
I'm glad Aaronville and I both just say bird when we see a bird.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat.
Right, that was
Ships
another
have
thing
to
I was
lower
thinking
anchor
about
some
putting
way
on the
from shore.
bingo that I
Too
didn't
close, and they risk
remember.
having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts.
One of the reefs is shaped like the word Square Enix, and we don't know what that means. One of the things I was thinking about putting on the bingo was underwater breathing plot relevant. Or mentioned. I think I forgot that square entirely. I think it'd be a really funny bit if the Square Enix reef was canon, like, and actually existed there, and wasn't just a thing in the cutscene. Same with the Square Enix footprint on the moon.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
I thought she was thanking the boat.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Barry's nodding. Nod. Dramatic close-up on the nod. Oh, that's funny. They're doing the trailer shot. Kinda. Sorta.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless
Alphino?
possibilities.
You can't just
I
say
dare
that.
Our destination will soon be in sight.
You can't just say that line with a different line read. Well, there's Sucro at the front, though. That's her.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
You can't just have the trailer lines. I'm losing my mind already. Time for the smirk.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
It's funny how it's different reads.
At last, we are come to the land.
And she
you
removes
call
her
the
hat
New World.
entirely to mimic the
To my
shot.
home. Tural.
And then there's the logo. Yep. This is great. It's funny, though, that they're just doing that. Immediate jazz. So Samantha, how much of this have you seen? Because you said you had like a Pictomancer glamour. I kind of assumed that you'd already started Dawntrail. But you seem surprised by some of this, or like you didn't know some of it. Ah, you haven't touched the MSQ. Alright. Well, thanks for watching in spite of that. And yeah, this is a way to experience it for sure. Totally valid. I just appreciate it. I appreciate all of you for being here.
I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
I have a tendency to notice weird details or different details. Weird, maybe not, but like details in general, I guess I notice them.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
Okay, so that's not a one-off piece of dialogue. They're just like establishing this even in a voiced cutscene that Mamulja were playing the fool before. Fascinating. Good.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Remembering entrance into Charlian not too long ago.
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
That's some rad armor. Got the very, like, feathery look to it.
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuli-Yolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
The very, like, at attention thing.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
Yeah, everyone's already, like, more animated than they were in Endwalker, I think. Even in, like, not super fancy cutscenes like this one. Someone in the back there poking some cargo.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tuli-Yolal.
I feel like Sucro's swords are a little out of place. Like, they're a little bit too glowy on the hilt there. Hilts. In fact, allow me to show you something about these swords. So, a weird feature of them, actually, is the glow is way more pronounced when... It's only because I dyed it like a metallic color, I guess. But I guess that part of it dies. And if you dye it metallic, that part really sticks out. Are they funny skulls? They're kind of like a funny skull. Yeah, I can see it. This also looks like a carbuncle standing on its hind legs and T-posing. Actually. Like, I'm trying to circle it with the mouse, but you can't really see it. You can't see the mouse cursor. Can I make the mouse cursor visible? Capture cursor. Right there. I can always hide the cursor in the corner when I don't want it, because it's useful to point at stuff. Anyway. So, Tuli-Yolal, huh? Munkle spotted. Word is the ship just anchored offshore. Not long to wait then. Immediately running away from the plot to go look at this carbuncle. Someone else's carbuncle. Technically speaking, it would be the most practical and like smart of me. Oh, there's fish in here. To do the main story quest as summoner or scholar, because all of my retainers are summoners, and also that would level 2 jobs at once. However, Viper Swords go slashy slash burr 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 and all that stuff, you know. Like a blender goes burr 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 if it's broken. I don't know where I'm going with that. I wonder what kind of trouble these soldiers are expecting. What an amazing city, as lively as Ul'dah and even more colorful. According to Erenville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu Hanu. Seems they share more than a physical resemblance. Ah, it's so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. That's fair, I can probably use the, side quests. I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking steamed hams at that dialogue box. I would ask if the journey tired you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. Wow, a weapon. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. Nod. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the Third Promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Muklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The Third Promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the Third Promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, Third Promise. They did have a point. Muklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean, technically? I suggest we move into groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. Sucro, you and Kryl can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Nod. Enjoy your wanderings. Something I was talking about a little bit in Endwalker is like trying to get the voices accurate as much as I can and hoping that I'm being respectful in doing so. I'm hoping that again, but probably it's fine. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Muklamat's nausea subsides. I don't know how to do a Kryl voice though, still. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Ugh. I can switch to a healer and cast Asuna. Would that help? There's just a guy named Bone Lord with a giant mustache here. Alright, sure. Tuliyola isn't going anywhere. Let's give Woklamat a little more time. I'm fine now, really. Oh. Sorry, I got derailed by the music. This big band music is just the Tuliyola Day theme? Really? This is ridiculous. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Erenville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Yoktorol. How has someone summoned his steam over there? What's happening in that direction? The southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Woklamat and Kryl are now accompanying you. Yes, I am aware of the conversation point. This picture is still using low-res assets, I think. That's funny. Well, I know it doesn't have a resource cost, but why is it usable out of combat? That's weird. There's a bunch of stuff that's only usable in combat. I really should... Yeah, it sure is, huh? Weird. Yeah, but like, for example, with Pictomancer, like, you can do this stuff out of combat. But you can't use this stuff over here out of combat. You can't use Striking Muse to prepare stacks of hammer time outside of fight. Which has been a little inconvenient in Fate farming a couple times. It's probably not something that's terribly important, but it is odd to me. It just feels weird. I think I have a little bit of a better grasp on how Pictomancer works. A bit, though. Wandering around the city is so exciting. Unfamiliar wonders everywhere we look. Tuliyola is like my own garden. I could lead you around with my eyes closed. If this tour were a ship, it'd be plain sailing all the way. Ugh, the word ship alone is enough to curdle my stomach. The music here is like going through movements. Welcome back. Next I'll have you carry the... Oh, forgive me. I mistook you for a dock worker. Oh, big place. Seems. Right, my cursor is visible now. We've now gone into, like, lounge music. It's fun seeing so many players running around, too. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliola's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. The drums are gonna kill me though, like the sudden shift into drum time. Oh, right, I should mention that here in Tuliola we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your guild. There's also Wachumeki Meki, another market to the east of here. But that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. I won't read all of the NPC dialogue, probably. This seems like a Crafty Gather quest line location. Speaking of Crafty Gather, that's probably a word that goblins, or moblins in this case, would say. I think they're moblins now? Maybe. I'm not gonna check ventures every hour on camera. Hunt. Main scenario quest, the Rite of Succession. That sounds like it's late, but it's probably actually just early because of how these stories are set up. They're gonna prank me and make that like the next quest or something. Someone teleported over here. Oh. It's funny seeing like remnants of player actions everywhere too. Yo, check out this guy. There's like chameleon people. That rules. Welcome to Tuliolo. You're the adventurer Wuklamot recruited to our entourage, yes? What do you do here? The Bunewa tribe. Specialize in matters of the arcane. Cool. Started 80 years ago. Maybe I should be reading more of this, I don't know. The Ascension ceremony ought to be quite the spectacle. Oh really? We've seen this as the wizard head before? I forgot about that. Materia melders. Various merchant. Fruit as seen in trailer. Oh, but what's this? Polygons. Grapes. Everyone loves a grape in this world. I'm gonna take my time through Dawntrail, by the way, in case that wasn't clear yet. Pakapic is the name of this particular moblin. Tradecrafts, battlecrafts. I won't be needing any of that because I have like almost complete augmented credendum or whatever. Is it credendum? It's credendum. Gemstone trader. Can't use that forever. I still don't fully understand the benefits of switching where your retainers are located, to be honest. Where are we actually supposed to be going? Aetheryte Plaza. No, the grape polygons were still visible, I think. Like, they're not completely spherical. Oh, we have to get a close look at the grapes. See, you can see the points. These are reasonable grapes. What? Hello, Skywatcher. Any ominous weather conditions I should know about? Well, this tells me the name of a bunch of zones, but not in a way that really means much to me. Storm alert music, God. What do you think of that, eh? Cool aetherite. Goodness me, you have aetherites in Tuliolo? I think I told you before, but my brother Koala spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Do you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, or did you do the attuning thing? We'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Jacques Tarol. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Lance Guard. Got a Soken weather channel thing would be great. Speaking of the attuning thing, I need to attune to the smaller ones. Maybe I'll do that later, maybe I'll do that now, I don't know. Do you think Soken's already made a weather alert theme? Do you think like one of the Bismarck phase themes counts as that? I think some of those, I think those had like a similar energy to Storm Alert music. If my vague memories are anything. Hold on, I gotta attune the stuff. The number of imported crates doesn't match your records. Cat spotted. But yeah, one of my plans for Dawntrail is to, like, take my heckin' time. I'm in no rush whatsoever. I probably will do Ether Current quests as I find them, even. I'm not completely decided on that yet, but it seems like a reasonable thing to do. Like, last time I waited until after MSQ to do Ether Currents, but I'm not sure. This place is probably important in some way. I bet the Aetherites... Tasting the Aetherites is like licking a Switch cartridge, and I wouldn't recommend it. Maybe not the full quest lines. Yeah, that's probably true. I got the impression alpacas, never mind about whatever I was saying. Friends. Okay, so the porters are alpacas this time. Alpaca, have a snack. Al-snacka. Is that anything? Good. So I got the impression from the live letter prior to launch that Soken was really into jazz this time. I didn't expect it to be immediate, but I expect that we'll be hearing a lot more of it.
Alpaca have a snaga, as we load up its potska for a track across the land.
Potska?
The landa. That's nothing, sorry.
Calico seems to have some trouble with some of those phonemes. Potska. Tiny lizard child doodle a face in the sand. And this other child is really excited about how good the art is. That's wonderful. And this person just loves gardening. Surely no one will miss one tomato. I'm also interested in seeing like the various jobs of the players running around. I've noted a red mage. I believe I just spotted a samurai. Like, maybe most of the Viper and Pictomancer people are either ahead of here or still leveling the jobs. It's gonna be really interesting noting like the job distribution of players. I probably should not jump down from here. Though wait, I did actually learn a secret funny tech. Hold up. Movement skills negate fall damage because of how they work. Apparently this probably also applies to Enavant, but Smudge is the newest example of a skill that just completely negates fall damage. And that's funny. Yeah. The more I play as Pictomancer to also level that up, the more I felt like I do like Pictomancer. It was weird at first. I've heard it doesn't quite fall into the 2-minute rotation meta as much. It is a bit odd. I've also heard it's very strong. Does Sucro know what a Splatoon is? Funny you should answer or ask that question. Let me find that old art that I made somewhere. This was on stream in a corner for a bit. But here's this Sucro table turf card art that I made once. Still gotta draw Sucro in her new outfit. This is an outfit I ultimately didn't use. Also, once I get to an inn, I'm gonna have to show you that this outfit is actually impossible. I need to talk about the dye channels. Like, the dye channels for this, really good. The dye channels for other things, comedic. I think it's funny, but also it's a little bit slightly frustrating in some ways. Once we get to an inn, I will show you. I'm supposed to be like over here. I think the two funniest examples of the second dye channel that I've seen are Zidane's gloves, which I'll talk more about later, and the adventurer's sweater, which I will also talk more about later. I'm not gonna get over this big band jazz, like, at any point ever. You're a white mage. Just cataloging what jobs people are playing as, out of interest. We've invented the square conversation zone for this expansion. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamat gets her endless endurance. God, this must be even more difficult for a Lalafell, huh? We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. So there's an etherite up there, and there's one down there. That's Wachumeki, as was mentioned. Tacos located. Auntie's Tacos. I see. Well, if I know anything about wagons, as long as you have like some chains or ropes, you have like a decent chance of getting up a steep slope. The music gets like really ominous when you do, and if you mess up, you do lose a lot of your supplies, but like it kind of works. And those are like natural mountainous slopes. This is a road. They probably have like really strong creatures to pull the wagons or something as well. God, this place is really pretty looking. Like the whole place is, but something about this particular view, the road is flattened out, meaning we have a wide view of surroundings. There's a Pictomancer, I think. Yep. Yeah, this place would be fun to visit. Hey look, there's an animal that's likely to pull wagons. Also, these are the wagons in question. That's a good lad. Okay, they've got like wyvers to pull the wagons, I think is their name. They're snuffling. These are big wagons too. And they've got like 3 wheels per side, 2 small ones and 1 large one. They're probably specifically designed to go up like steep slopes with like wheels like this. I'm no engineer, but this feels like it's designed specifically for the environment that it's in. Visiting this place in real life would be fun, except for the heat. It'd probably be really warm. And I don't do too well with warm. I prefer cold. Here's another variant of that armor from earlier that looks really cool. This here is Bright Plume Post, also known as the Landsguard Headquarters. Under the command of the great Zoral Ja, we hone our combat skills in order to apprehend any threats detected on patrol. You may come and go as you like, but don't cause trouble, you hear me? Also, cool spear, I think. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliolo and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Ja took over as commander. Or Zoral Ja, I guess. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Tuliolo is a safe and peaceful city. Every last corner of Tyrol was embroiled in war a mere 80 years ago. That seems like an important fact to know. Also, cool axe. Actually, it's very similar to Wuklamat's axe, amusingly. Wait, NPCs fighting in a way that their weapons actually clash and make sounds? That's technology right there. The Landsguard recruits from every culture of Tuliolo. Even their posture is different. So I think for like random NPCs, I'll like point out anything interesting in their dialogue instead of like trying to voice act every single thing. Unless it's like particularly noteworthy. That seems reasonable. People checking out weapons. Books. Zuko loves those. That's a Sucro fact. People are in cutscenes around here. Guessing you're a monk, based on your aesthetic that you've got going on. See, now I'm prepared for the drums, because I know what part of the song they happen at. They won't catch me off guard again, at least not for a bit. This jar is suspicious. This must be another player in disguise. It's kind of funny to have this little tiny no entry rope in front of this door that's much larger than the rope. Sometimes I wish I had been a percussionist instead of a viola player in high school. I spend a lot of time like drumming my hands on stuff to rhythms, so I feel like I would have been good at it maybe. Or at least I'd enjoyed it. Do you have anything else to say? Ah. Zeral Ja, that's clearly a Mamul Ja name. Actually, I don't remember if it was Ja or Ja, because I think they've said it in voiced cutscenes before. An interesting family. We'll probably hear it. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yak Hui. Strictly speaking, Torol is actually two separate continents. Yak Torol, the southern lands of the mother, and Jak Torol, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle. And when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. I'm going to picture the gods as having suplexed each other specifically. That's just how I choose to interpret the legend. A familiar sounding tale. I'm put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Jak Tural, these lands are also part of the Tuliolal nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's beyond the gate than hearing about my aspirations. crossing the bridge to Jacques Toral requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then you'll just have to wait. I wish we could go there right now! Howdy Sucro wants to see the land. I'll hold you to that, or then I'll make sure you win. Well, guess we gotta make sure you win then. Also, I totally did hear that part about the peace. That seems important. You really mean that? Ha! Well, to anyone who stands between you and adventure. Smile. I can't unsee my swords as having T-pose and carbuncles on them now. Okay, I did get a little bit surprised by the drums that time. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest and we'll continue the tour. What jobs we got around here? Dancer, Black Mage, Dark Knight. I'm just curious to see what other people are enjoying. And yeah, it does seem like that. This is definitely Act 1. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolo is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. So this is the eye level 645 copper. That is not going to be useful to me, really. Eye level 660. Creation stories were often rooted in true events. Given the similarities, could it be that Tyrell's legend was inspired by Heidelin's clash with Zodiark? Did Heidelin suplex Zodiark into the ocean? Probably not. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too. Tuliolo certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. I hope you aren't too tired. Tuliolo still has plenty of sights to see. We should heed Erenville's suggestion and take it slow when we can. I imagine we'll need our full strength for the contest to come. That guy has a capybara. So where are we headed now exactly? Over here. A city of stairs. Did I attune to this? I think I did. Yeah. Wait, I can see which ones I haven't. The others... Wait, I didn't attune to this one. Wait, no, I already had it selected. Never mind. That's why there's a star there. So I have these two to attune to. Head to Talon March. That sounds like an Elder Scrolls location to me. They love their marching in the Elder Scrolls world. Wait, I think I left Twin Blade Stance at some point. Like, I think I was in there. Or when I left, whatever you call it. Now I'm in 2 swords instead of 1 sword. Hold on, I have to continuously test this out. Right, I did switch to Pictomancer to jump off a cliff. You're right. That makes sense. I did do that. I'm still struggling to conceive of how one can construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yakhui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Jacques Toral, to appease the god who slumbers in the Great Ocean Trench. That sounds relevant. After the Yakhui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tyrol. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolo. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up. Player demand for Tuliolo housing immediately skyrockets after that text box. You ever enter a building in an MMO and have a flashback to World of Warcraft? This is an extremely World of Warcraft shaped building. This is like, I want to say like Night Elf City had a building this shape with like crafting trainers inside of it or two. Like something about the empty interior of the building is really selling it. That's a World of Warcraft heck as heck building right there. Time for me to stream the entire plot of World of Warcraft, just kidding. Lift child. Oh, the child actually like makes a little squeak noise. Happy child noises. They're actually being like little chirps. And these kids are running around this obstacle course here. Whoa there, kid. Be careful. I've done a jumping quest or two. I think there is a jumping quest in Tyrol, or Tuliolo, somewhere actually. Level 100 Viper already. I'm something of a gamer myself. An extremely Sucro voice. Papa's palace is called Volakshunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this palace is incredible. I wonder what the carving at the top represents. Sorry, Wuklamot, I have to attune to the etherate. Time for me to go do the jumping quest in this city and instead of anything else. I need the sightseeing log before I do that, though. There'd be no point in doing it without it, because there's probably a sightseeing log thing at the end of it. You have some good or bad news. I'm listening? There is not a sightseeing log. Is there anything? That's fascinating. A cool fountain is a pretty good reward, though. I don't think I was supposed to go up here. There's another Viper. See, now I'm running into all the Viper players. That's what I expected. Can't tell what job people are when they're in a cutscene. I am so here for Soken's jazz expansion. That's good. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yoctorol clans. Mamulja, Jabral, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonawata, Hitsaro, and Shitona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Jacques-Turol. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Turol. This conversation point is giving Wuklamot weird lighting right now. It's distracting. Her hair is so bright. A true representation of Tuliolo's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. So basically I went to places earlier than I should have. Discuss the huge drum. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. Oh, that's a drum. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Wuklamot? I'm wondering, was that like 10 years ago or like yesterday? Not literally yesterday. It's lit up at night. That probably helped me see it. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Not an axe, apparently. I don't know much about Galul Jalja yet. Galul. So I can't make any statements judging how early he would give his daughter an axe at this time, but oh, it's actually being drummed. A clean drum for a clear sound. And you can hear it. The detail of putting in a sound of the drum being drummed is good. God, I wish you could see where the axe tore the skin of it. Though they probably repaired that by now. That'd be very funny. This is the sort of music that makes me expect Charlie Brown to be around here somewhere. It's the rite of succession, Charlie Brown. Everyone's favorite Peanuts special. I didn't even notice Wuklamot following me. Why doesn't Wuklamot have anything to say about the alpacas? It seems important. But yeah, I didn't notice people following me onto the drums. That's funny. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliolo. Oh. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. That's probably true. Wuklamot probably does agree with her saying that. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Honestly, like, this house construction also has a little bit of World of Warcraft vibe to it. I don't know why. Like, the World of Warcraft setting in which houses of similar shapes exist is a completely different kind of setting than this one. But it's still making me think of them. It's weird. Oh no. That's why you gotta use a movement skill off the cliff. It's instant. Ignore the Z-axis. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Yogg-Tural Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliolol, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Rite of Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka, the name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Okay, they get a dedicated cutscene for the alpacas. Better than nothing. Better than what I was expecting before. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seemed quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Questioning head tilts all around. I hope they never explain why Wuklamot has this opinion of alpacas. I hope this is just left ambiguous forever. Are these pillars what Wuklamot wanted to show us? Oh, they have like different... Oh, they're telling a story. There's different designs on them and everything. That one is blank. Conspicuously so. So this is like a depiction of some sort of history of Tuliolol. To some degree, maybe. Yeah, and like the face with the depiction on it is lit up. And one of them is blank because it's yet to be carved, I assume. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolol, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Heh, this spot's captured Kryl's attention. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they may look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any Duty Finder registrations. I don't know why you'd be registered for the Duty Finder at this exact moment, but okay. There's that other motif in the music. Both of them, in fact. Two of them, anyway. Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories. Many of them featuring a two-headed mammal jaw. Oh, then this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Gulol Jalja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolol Saga. if you play the card of it, it has 3 different stages with 3 different effects. And very cool card art. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. At least 3 effects. I think they can have more than 3. Actually. There's no better way to learn how Tuliyollal came to be. Study them as long as you like. Nod. Oh. This is why it can't be skipped. It's because it's a... This is a new thing. What's up, Wuklamat? The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's start with those. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket... something. I can never remember the name. You mean Kettenram? Yeah. I'm always thinking about the blowgun minigame. Ah, that's the one. Kettenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Kettenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. Ah, the people Alphino mistook for Vanu. If not for the colorful plumage, he spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. We're gonna get to experience that, I bet, at some point. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Jibral, like me. For decades, the Jibral and Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliyollal. There's a clan of Hrothgar in Bosnia known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Jibral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Wait, you're right! That is a bingo square! Ah, shoot. I wasn't thinking about that. That's funny. Bring up the bingo! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. I wasn't expecting that square, I don't think. Let's see. Open. Dawntrail bingo. Paint.net file. We are live updating the bingo. Check marks. Is it... I don't know if I know the exact check mark I used. Oh no, that's fine. Oh wait, I can just copy the check marks that exist. So, copy. And... Bosnia mentioned. Bosnia mentioned. I have to find it. There it is. Bosnia mentioned. And... there it is. An excessive number of steps for the bingo, perhaps, but... Bosnia mentioned. in passing, but still mentioned. Alright. I thought it'd be fun to have a bingo this time. Also, I didn't just notice the check marks on the things I've examined already. I hope the bingo is fun for everyone watching. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkupacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolo's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Lay of Ice. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral, Valigarmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Okay, it's funny that A, Viper job level not mentioned. B, same conclusion that the Viper came to. Valigarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urkupacha Mountains. Despite its retribution, however, Valigarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliolo's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Animals becoming power could be foreshadowing. Or becoming powerful. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is one of the Yakhui, the largest of Tural's peoples. Oh, that must be the person who points at the map in the benchmark. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yaktural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northward, settling their sights on Jaktural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Are you? Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkupacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Did they run into Solution 9 and just go like, nope, we're out of here? I don't know what the heck this is. Nope. I think they probably, considering that we know that that's north, and we know that it exists from like pre-release stuff, I think it's fair to speculate about it. I bet they ran into Solution 9 and were like, you know what? Never mind. God, kinda, yeah. Blank Pillar. I don't think I need to talk to Wuklamat again. She'll just tell me to look at the pillars. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliolo's history, whatever that might be. We're going to see this carved later. At the end, like in the credits or something. Had your fill of history, then? Sure, for now. Sucro enjoys history. Ah, comedy time is happening. Nod. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while, but now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Nod. The comedy music makes this foreboding. I mean, this is like joyful, like comedy adjacent music. It's not the like direct comedy music. There's a difference. There's tiers of comedy music in this game that have different meanings and like associations. Comedy watching, comedy warning. What a lovely establishment. I'm reminded of the Bismarck in Limsa Lominsa. What are you all talking about over here? What's going on over here? Ah. There are many people around. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliolo classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Jabalya TA the best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Baruch... Baruch Ibu. I guess Sucro get taco instead of Garaha get taco for right now. I must try the tacos, according to this guy. Loshkana is... Wait, a gathering of approximately 5 named characters in a bar, you say? I don't think this is role quest territory, but also this person saying, I pray that Loshkana is safe. Would that I could send a healer to her side. Makes me think this is the role quests. Yeah, exactly. I thought the role quests were something different based on the one picture that they showed, but a taco is being had in loving detail. Sort of. Yeah, this is the role quest location, or a role quest location. Unfamiliar terrain is a hunter's bane. I must find an ally with knowledge of the lands beyond the Great Sea. This is the role quests, 100%. Tacos are growing in popularity. Wait. Oh, my poor granddaughter. I wish I had a level 92 or higher tank or something to help. Calling this Taco Bell is like an insult to them, I think. But, yeah. Like, it took me a second to piece together the gathering of 5 named characters, but also, like, this dialogue here. Just, like... This is clearly a quest. And, like, they're even calling out a healer specifically. So, you know, this seems like role quest territory. people talking about other named characters and all that. We'll be seeing more of these people at some point. I'd hoped we never hear about those strange customers again. Oh, welcome, welcome. If you'd like to order something, we're at your service. Interesting. Every dish looks delicious. At the risk of sounding like Wuklamat, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine is making me ravenous. This is Baruch Ibu, the owner. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. When it comes to making tacos, he's the greatest artisan in all of Tyrol.
Brook Evu!
Brook Evu. Gotcha. Thank you for pronouncing that.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
This guy's so excited to make tacos.
Did you hear the silver scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
What's this? Sounds like a problem, potentially.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
Hmm.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Hmm. Are you having a flashback to Emmett? Are you doing it? Are you doing the thing? No, okay. I thought you were gonna flash back to the bucket list for a second.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Tacos acquired. Nod.
Oh.
Tacos dropped. Tacos destroyed.
Oh.
No.
If it isn't the third promise.
You.
Oh. No.
I know you. Sort of.
I don't know these ones.
I think they were briefly mentioned. I don't remember I think they've been mentioned already in the context of Dawntrail. But I think I think they were mentioned in the live letter. This is one of the people going for the throne. Who thinks very highly of themselves due to being a tool-headed Mamulja.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Themselves, yes, okay.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
Okay, it's Ja. Oh, keeping that in mind.
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
So you're the mystic. And you're the mighty.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Gasp.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneeveling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn's servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihyolal. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
Don't fight in the city.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
Nod, angry.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
I like fighting, and that's about it. I think violence is good, and strength is the only measure of whether or not someone should rule. I'm that kind of character. At least that's the first impression.
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
I've seen at least one.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo,
Hubio.
the Bunewa,
Buniwa.
and the Dopro.
Dobro. Trying to remember how to pronounce things.
Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Phone call.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know.
That is interesting, yeah.
Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
Tacos. I guess that's a way to say it.
So it goes.
The tacos will be continuously denied until Grahatia is on screen. That's my prediction. Yeah, it is a British accent sort of way of saying it. Brukevo's lovingly made tacos went to waste, and it's all that brutish Bakuljaya's fault. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliolal Kizweet, what the heck did my voice do there? Cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Valak Shunsa. That would be very funny if that happened. Ah, my poor empty belly. So Galul Jaja is also a two-headed Mamulja, so maybe we'll get to see more of the dynamic of him at some point. Them? I'm not sure the proper way to address a two-headed Mamulja. Probably depends. There was one Aetheryte that I hadn't marked yet, at least. Yeah, I need to go mark that. Still one sword, not two swords. Okay, fair enough. It's funny to draw all the swords from my back directly into this, because they're clearly not stored that way. This lady enjoys spicy food. Wait, I want to... How unreasonably detailed are these tacos? Actually, this might be a guy, I can't tell. This person enjoys spicy food. You can see a lot of detail in that taco. This is a more examinable taco. I don't know if it's the Sonic Unleashed level of detail, but because I think the Sonic Unleashed sandwich is like, I think an important characteristic of that sandwich is that it stands out relative to its surroundings. Not just the level of detail that it has, but the fact that it seems more detailed than anything else in the scene. I think that's one of the key characteristics of that sandwich. So only if the taco were like the amount of polygons of a 1.0 houseplant would I call it such a thing. Just these two guards at the stairs being a Viera and a Mamulja is another... It's good how like they emphasize Tuliolo's diversity, and they do that just like even casually by having just different types of people everywhere doing everything. It's good, I think. What's going on over here? Keeping watch. I wonder how early I can get the sightseeing log. I think it took me forever to get the Endwalker one. Drums. No other quest markers on the map for right now. Do you have a better feel for the city now? There are so many narrow, winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. The food is amazing! A passing Mamulja let us try a fruit called a cherimoya, and it was just sublime! So Alize has already gotten the fruit that she got in the trailer, I guess. We saw a two-headed Mamulja on our way here. Another claimant in the right of succession, according to Erenville. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Oh, I could ask Namika to cook me something afterwards. Upon speaking to Erenville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. We're already, huh? immediately. Well, this is the quest that's required to be completed for unlocking the hunting log stuff too. I don't know. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. She could eat an Octorok, probably. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly curs. Heh, I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. I thought the music was fading because he was gonna, like, kick down the doors and start yelling, hollering, or something. Funny to have quest accepted in the middle of... Oh, he's fighting John Meteor in here already. See, look, it's John Meteor. Probably. No, it's Estinian. They're doing the same thing as the Warrior of Light does in the trailer, though. The circling.
When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Estinian is here for
You
fighting.
know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
God, even the like wave of air.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter.
Valor of Resolve, Gulul Jaja. Howdy.
Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
He seems like a cool guy.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
Hey, why don't you fight Sucro? Says Estinian immediately. Howdy. I'm a cat.
I see you, warrior.
Sucro just smiling and waving at this point, probably. I don't know if she's panicking right now. Yeah, that's true.
We had no idea you meant to visit Taral.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
I'm going to assume he jumped across the ocean.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
His
You
armor
wouldn't
is pretty
step out.
shiny.
If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I was thinking, is the other head covered because it's taking a nap? I didn't say it, but I was thinking it, and it's actually true. Wait, what?
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve. and age has only deepened his love for combat.
Speaking of shiny, this guy's crown, this guy's throne also, very shiny.
But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Okay, so when the head of reason speaks, it's gonna be a big deal. Got it. It's gonna be like a big deal, oh crap, the head of reason is speaking moment.
Enough about me, Lamati.
Lamati.
I want to hear of your adventures.
She's got a nickname.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
That's adorable.
Oh.
Oh no.
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant.
Elenesh. Everyone turns to
I
him.
took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then.
Shoutouts to accepting dad. Cool Jaja. Oh, you changed your name? Got it. Cool.
And these others, I assume, are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Yeah, Gulul Jaja made a great first impression. He seems like a good dude. I'm gonna be sad if he gets
Then
like
I shall leave you to
assassinated. Yeah. I'd accept that.
Good fortune, my friends.
Justinian, you can help us. Justinian. Justinian. I still remember someone making the Trogdor theme, but with Justinian. Anyway, it's time to meet the other contestants. Cat spotted. Jerk spotted. Widely disliked jerk located. And his entourage.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja.
I think when they showed the launch trailer in Japanese, people in the stream chat were yelling that Zoralja's voice actor was Jotaro's in Japanese, or something like that. Or at least sounded very similar.
The second promise, Kona.
Kona. Science cat. With gun. Nod.
The third promise, Uklamat.
And these other freaking guys.
And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja.
You could tell me any character was trans and I'd be like, okay. Awesome. Probably. Unless they were a jerk, then I'd be like, couldn't somebody better have been that instead?
In the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, And it is time I yield my position.
This is reminding me a little bit of fragments of Magic the Gathering lore that I do know. But at least we're not going to end up in a Celestia situation.
But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young, and so I look to thee always for inspiration.
And yeah, this voice acting is really good so far. Just in general, all of it is.
The rite of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed
Yeah, that
fit
is
for
a
this
fascinating
contest.
phrase too.
But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all.
This voice sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know why exactly.
So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well.
It's reminding me of the voice of Code Talker from Metal Gear Solid 5. That's what it is. Like the way he enunciates things and speaks generally, it's reminding me of that voice.
Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal.
Like the pace of how he speaks.
That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Oops, I skipped the heh.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral.
Okay, there is a dra in Vidral. I was correct when I did that. Unless that's just accent and not a required part of the pronunciation, I guess.
Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself.
It is time to do a dungeon. Maybe. It might be the dungeon.
To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of
Really
Yom
cool
Tural
camera pan.
and find the City of Gold.
Oh. Yeah? Varying responses.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact.
I think I'm already thinking like this is probably more metaphorical than the contestants currently realize. Like they have to find their city of gold in some way. Like I wouldn't even be shocked if Wuklamat was like, the city of gold was the friends we made along the way at the end of the game. I feel like this is more metaphorical, but there will also maybe be a literal city of gold. Or more than one, if Emmett Selk is to be believed.
If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Nope.
I offer as proof my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
Sucro's just like counting the eyes on the mask and also the eyes that are visible and being like, wait. Wait, wouldn't that mean you have like 8 eyes or 6 eyes? Do those eyes not count? Solution 1, huh? Maybe. I saw it myself.
The city's real.
Yeah.
All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyola. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City.
Alternatively, the Golden City is a primal. Everyone wants to find it all the time. Crystals exist generally in the world. So it exists, it's a primal, and we have to kill the city. Maybe, I don't know. Idle speculation and or jokes.
I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you'll need to break the seal I put in place.
You put a seal on it.
Bring them.
Yeah, a naturally occurring primal would be interesting. They return and then just put like an actual seal on the floor, and it makes funny seal noises. Oh. Kryl held one of these in the benchmark also. And these are also like the same as the ones that we inspected not long ago.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
He's just so excited about his cool contest that he designed.
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this?
Like he really is,
I
apparently.
do so love your contests, Papa.
Okay, she does say like papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
I think it sounds fun.
A waste of time. Just name Bakulja just successor and be done with it.
Shut up, Bakul Jaja. You just want to do war and crime. You might think this is stupid. I don't care. It's funny. Yeah.
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
I'm interested in seeing where this is gonna go. What you doing, Kryl?
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Kryl Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my order some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
That's a good point, but it's also kind of funny.
But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
So that's pronounced like Lamachi. So the Y apostrophe I is like a she or a chi, kinda.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
Nod. Okay, another random aside of speculation. Gulul Jaja doesn't get killed at any point.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Oh. He knew Galuf. So here's my random speculation. Gulul Jaja doesn't get killed at any point. I already said I'd be worried about him getting assassinated. That's a lot of people. And then we have a 1v1 story trial with him, like, after the credits or something. Because he's finally like, hey, I was told to fight you, like, at the start of the game.
Too late
we should have a fight for fun.
I suppose.
Now that
Are you sure you wish to be part of this?
But now that I'm no longer Dawn Servant, I can go all out in a duel against you, the ultimate warrior, and all that stuff. That's I'm just throwing predictions out there. But yeah, that was a good scene. Questioning head tilt.
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Alizé's bespoke relaxing pose of holding one hand with, or holding one wrist with the other hand. Interesting detail. And yeah, basically like the final duel with Xenos, but like just people hanging out, having a duel. That seems like something they do.
Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
Ah, so it's like Heavensward. We haven't done one of those in a while.
If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Sucro-thunk.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it.
We will never find out Erenville's deal. I think it would actually be very funny if we never... I guess this is HD Graha.
Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey leads, or I've made my decision and I mean to see it through. I want to see where this all goes.
So you are committed to your path?
Alphino is thinking over there, by the way.
No more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Gasp?
Here they come! It's Zeralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry.
Oh no.
Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Zeralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion's son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Might not have the most, like, charisma. Interacting with people stat.
Zeralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Zeralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Zeralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Zeralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
Huh.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman. A gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire.
Gonna fight him at some point, got it.
Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands.
Oh.
For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists.
We have multiple people who want to do war and crime. Okay.
This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Zeralja, the warmonger.
Hmm. Kryl dislikes this.
Are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zeralja's ambitions.
Oh. Kryl Echo mentioned was not something I considered. Like, what? Does her Echo do something special again? It's been so long since it came up that I don't remember. And, like, this is an Echo vision Sucro did not also get. Emotions and vibes, got it.
Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire.
Oh, so like Dark Souls. I guess.
It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Science Cat is here. I wonder if there's something...
Second promise! You must bring us more marvelous conveniences!
more dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
Is it clear if Sucro's Echo does anything special? Like the Warrior of Light one, now that I think about it?
Abandoning tradition. But we're not like them.
God, the detail on your clothing.
Foreign and new.
The detail on that cloth.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity
It's
and
very
knowledge,
detailed.
you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the rite of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Also notable, Kona is one that does not have any form of entourage
Plain
whatsoever.
spoken, as always. That's our Kona. Practical to a fault.
Well, yeah, she can experience the past memories, but I thought that was just a general Echo thing.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Kona might be the only, like I was just saying, Kona might be the only one without, like, followers following him everywhere. Not every Echo experiences past memories, okay. That's probably fair.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That's a good question. We don't know who hired Thancred and Urianger yet.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation.
The detailed textures on all of this clothing.
As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
If you were a Lalafell, would this shot be framed differently so that your face could be in it at all, or would you just simply not be in the shot? Oh wait, you can't see that. Hold on, I have to remove the chat cover for a second. Sucro's over there. Hidden. Revealed. Hidden. This freaking guy.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Clavons.
People like this freaking guy. Some of them.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant.
Do you think anyone's echo lets them hear the background music? Because there's a number of scenes already in Dawntrail where I'm like, well, I know this is bad news because the background music is making it really obvious. Maybe that's what Sucro's echo does.
My kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliolal.
Tradition is overrated.
I'll brush aside your feeble contenders. And then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
Okay, maybe people didn't like that guy, but they were just cheering on everyone because that's what you do. Also, I just noticed the detail of the lamp on Arundel's backpack. Like, that's also a little covered right now. But, like, you can see the lighting in it, and the fire is even, like, flickering a little bit. But that's also a good point. Maybe it's a magical, ever-burning lantern. Maybe he forgot. I don't know.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
That is the question, Kryle.
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
So we've got Good Person Wuklamat, Science Cat, Jerk Warmonger, and Jerk Racist. 2 out of 4 are okay options. At least for right now. Until Science Cat's deadly secret is revealed. Or whatever. Wait, everyone started leaving before Wuklamat even got here. Except for a few people.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
So Wuklamat might be...
Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
Wuklamat might be generally
You have
less
my
respected.
word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Wait, people didn't even know she was there?
Of the Dawn's promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Oh.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
You're very loud, did you know that?
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Oof.
Better? Wuklamat, I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Oh no, she has a slightly Aura male-like run. I saw that slightly cartoonish running animation. It wasn't as exaggerated, but I saw it. Anyway, we're here now. Am I allowed back into the palace? I'm curious if I can just talk to little Xiaojia whenever I feel like it. Probably not. I want to see Wicklamat do a Naruto run now. Dawn Servant is presently engaged in official business. Fair enough. Still in this stance. It really is just permanent until you change it or switch jobs. Or log out, presumably. Log out. That was halfway between log out and log off. I remember that one of the many numerous loud opinions that I heard complaining about Dawntrail, I think, was that it was a slow start. And I am noticing that we're still at the start, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I will never log out. Yeah. So Kona, the second promise, is intent on developing his country by means of Charlian innovations. Given his background, I suppose it should come as no surprise. Yeah, people will just complain about everything, and it's probably safe to ignore all the people who are loudly complaining. Someone pointed out in a comment in response to me mentioning that this just happens every expansion no matter what. So it's best to just ignore it. That two-headed claimant Bakul Jaja treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he tried to elevate the Mamul-Ja above other races should he become Dawn Servant, not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blood Garleans. I know not what drives Zoral-Ja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. As you just witnessed, Wicklamat has no great army of supporters. Not yet, at least. I mean, I feel like the pace is fine so far. It's just, there hasn't been any, like, combat, I guess. We haven't gotten to a map yet. We've only seen the city and learned about characters. To be clear, I'm totally fine with the pace of this so far. I just think that that's probably what people were objecting to. Or could have been. Well, so much for the brief reunion that I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliolo saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. Alphino takes charge, insisting that this is totally an ARG. Oh wait, that's the cliff. I'm sorry, Sucra. Wait, Unending Codex jump scare. Did I miss a... Oh yeah. The Studium has been added to the Unending Codex. I didn't notice that. I just completely... That's... collection? One of the ideas I had was to go through and read all of this before Dawntrail, and I clearly did not. Let's scan this for any information. The Academy opened its doors in 432. Formal study of the arcane, occult, and astromancy were first. Etherology was derived from those. There's probably not new information in here, or at least not like super important. Nope. I see you, sightseeing log person. Give me the log. I know your name. There's one for Emmett Selk and I should read it. A man who once lived, huh? That's... The fact that they went out of their way to make one of these specifically different in format. A man whose true name was Hades, mighty sorcerer of Eld, who became Solus Zoscalvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, who threatened the world as the most dangerous of foes, who stood at your side as the most dependable of friends. I don't know about that one. An ancient who clove to his ideals to the bitter end, a man who rendered up his all for the people he loved, a man who once lived. Does the Unending Codex have like an author? Did they like specifically mention that like you were putting notes in it? I guess it's addressing me in the second person in that one, so probably not. Shout Chat is talking about Red Lobster, apparently. I don't know why. I switched to general because I wanted to see the Unending Codex message. I wanted to check for that. And then I noticed the Shout Chat was talking about stuff. But yeah, I have a separate tab that's like party chat and like FC chat and so on that I switched to. I have it labeled as communication. But like event would also work because that has NPC dialogue in it. I don't think Sucro would write in a way that addressed herself in second person is all. I wasn't expecting events to progress that quickly, but I won't complain. The contest is the main reason we're here, after all. I won't give up until we find the Golden City, for Wuklamat as well as myself. At a glance they seem much the same. The preparation of intricately carved tablets for every claimant must have taken considerable effort and forethought. We should consider them weighty reminders that this contest is no light-hearted matter. Yoshi P wrote it. Maybe. The Wandering Minstrel. That makes everyone. Wuklamat, the tablets, if you would. Of course. I think that would probably make sense if they did that. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. This is ARG solver behavior, Alphino. It'd be funny if they gave us a blank tablet also. I don't want Sucro to have amnesia, I'd be sad. But it would be interesting if that happened. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? I forgot that was a thing in Littlewood also. The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tyrell's peoples, and that we'd encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Triolo saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Palu Palu village, which is about the same distance from here. It's the thing they do every expansion! Choose wisely! Unless it's not, and this is a fake out. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about the storm that we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Yogg-Turul several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural causes. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. That Erinville face. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. I accidentally hit my desk. Nod. I find myself shuffling in my chair a lot, and I hope it's not super audible. Oh? Carbuncle formation. That's good. I was distracted by that. What a comfort to have our lodging sorted in advance. Wuklamat said she would bring the information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. It's funny seeing people phase in when I'm talking to the not main quest NPC. Oh, such lovely little cottages, and they're on the water. Oh, that's the inn? That's what the inn is? I thought this person was leaning against the pillar. They look like it from this angle. I'll just talk to Erinville. I think someone mentioned the inn being very cool at some point. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Jabalyav TH. Okay, I already forgot how the apostrophe E works. I think that was something. Jabalyav Tai. Something like that. I don't know. Nods. Jabalyav Te. Okay. Greetings, visitors to Tuliolal, and welcome to the Four-Ard Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. Smile. Nod. Shabalav T. Shabalyav T. Okay. Words are difficult. I'm not even, like, perfect at the only language I actually speak. So... Wait. So we're back to regular in music. We don't have a special Baldessian arsenal or Baldessian whatever annex. Can I sleep here? Yes. This is a great inn. This is a great inn room. I like this. Sucre doesn't even use the pillow because she's a rebel, I guess. She now? No. I mentioned the clockwork lantern earlier, but it seems somehow appropriate for Sucro. But you will hear it clanking around as I walk around, which is also why it's on my bar in case I'd rather have it not do that. The unending journey, comfy feather bed. This might be my favorite inn so far, like, automatically. Oh, they even have the table orchestrion. Anyway, let me tell you about those die channels. I said I would. Let's go to Glamour Plate 3, why not? So, let's see. What was I gonna... This might be a good example. Sometimes the die channels die weird things. Like, this is gonna die probably the X's here. No. Fool. You absolute fool. It dies this. And also this. It dies the metal pieces. That one I actually didn't know. So, let's see. Let's see. The one of the specific ones I wanted to mention, I need to sort through this because there's a whole bunch of stuff in here I'm never going to use ever. Some of which I put in there before my general ideas of what Sucro should wear were in place. Or before my tastes in fashion changed slightly. There it is. The Adventurer's Sweater is one of the funnier examples of dye. So you'd think, maybe, that the scarf here would be the second dye slot. But no, the scarf is already affected by the dye in the first dye slot. So they can't do that, is my assumption. The second dye slot is this tassel. And that's it. It's very funny. That's literally the only thing affected by dye slot 2 on the Adventuring Sweater. This tassel. What was the other thing I said I wanted to talk about with the dye slots? There was something else. I've already forgotten it. The Ignominy Cross. I don't... Is that one of the Dark Knight things? Because you mentioned Dark Knight before. Tail armor is always cool when it's there. There was something else I wanted to show with these that I forgot. Dang it, why do I wish I didn't forget that. Anyone remember what else I was talking about with dye channels? By any chance? I can show stuff like this. Don't remember. I was kind of thinking it'd be funny if the carbuncle was dyed for this one. But it's this other piece of... It's the other pieces of cloth here. This makes enough sense to me. Oh no, dye channel 2 is both a trim and the tabard. That's That sounds like a nightmare to dye, honestly. Because like, when I'm putting outfits together, I like a lot of the metal accents as like accent colors and stuff. Like I've dyed this red and blue, for example, but I'd probably try to find stuff that matched with like the brass accent colors and stuff like that. Dang it, what was the thing I wanted to mention? It was too much time in between me saying that. This is bugging me. Actually, since you brought up the Ignominy Cross or whatever, is there any weird dye with the Endwalker Paladin armor while we're at it? I think this is actually one they specifically showed. Because first dye slot is the cape. The second dye slot is the armor itself. Okay. And it leaves the various accents and stuff intact, it looks like. It's alright. That's very blue. So, okay, there's nothing particularly weird with the Paladin armor, except for, like, the way the cape is dyed, I guess. Dyeing both sides of the cape. When undyed, it has two separate colors on it. So that is a little bit similar. And it also changes the back decal to being gray no matter what. Alright, there are some oddities with this. Well, okay, it's not entirely gray. This is doing a lot of the same thing as you've described on the Dark Knight one, actually, with this specific piece of it. Because it's a color that's on like two separate textures, in a way. So that's interesting. Man, what was the thing? I was talking about funny second dye slots. There was the adventuring sweater, and there was one other one that I said was funny. I don't remember what it was. This one's funny, but it's not what I was thinking of. Because like here, you've got the jacket, the vest, the shirt underneath, the tie. The first dye slot, just no matter what it is, changes the shirt underneath to be white. The jacket, the vest is slightly changed by this, actually. One part of it. And the jacket itself is the main focus of this dye. The second dye slot here is this, like, sash, which I didn't even realize was separate from the vest until this update. I don't know exactly what this is, but I guess it's a sash with a pack on it. Eventually I might remember what the other thing I wanted to look at was. Oh, I remember it. I remember it. It was Zidaane's gloves. In that Sucro art, I made the main part of the gloves here brown in order to match the shoes. I don't need to look at this glamour plate. I probably have that. Yeah, here it is. Whoops, wrong button. It was here. This was theoretical possible Dawntrail outfit. They did change, like, all of this does have 2 dye slots. For this one, for example, it's the tie, or at least most of it. The tie, the scarf, whatever it is. So I wanted to make this gray part here on the gloves match this brown part here on the boots. A reasonable request, perhaps. But similar to the adventurer's sweater, that portion of the glove is already affected by the main dye. And I assume it would have taken extra, like, work to make it separate these two. In that regard, you might wonder, what's the second dye for these? It's this fringe. It's this tiny, tiny fringe of triangles here. Not this metal square either. Just the fringe of the gloves. That one, since I was considering using this outfit, that one stands out as the most egregious to me personally. But I do like this other outfit that I have now, like, more in general. Oh yeah, while we're here, this is the PvP Pictomancer brush that you get for trophy crystals. I can also... Oh, where is it? God, I have so many paladin swords in here. This is the trophy crystal Viper Twin Blade. My reaction to this Twin Blade was, this looks like it would have... This would cause bleed buildup. This is a soul's weapon with innate bleed on it, especially if you dye it red. Now it scales with arcane. This is an arcane weapon right now. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the Cripplurker Dancer weapon. That's a good one. Also, this is the digital collector's edition Chocobo brush for Pictomancer. It's very shiny, I guess. Might as well save that. Go to Pictomancer, go to Glamour Plate. Oh, it makes a sound. It makes a sparkle noise. There's also like a rainbow star on the palette itself. That's cute. Funny brush. Yeah, I don't remember the promo art for this, but it is fancy. It is like fancier than I expected. I didn't know it had the rotating star or like the glowy pieces or be so shiny. Oh, the glowing parts don't glow when it's like sheathed either. You know, it occurs to me, let me use draw a weapon. Oh, that's the case with all Pictomancer weapons, actually. But yeah, draw a weapon. It occurs to me that that funny sound effect would happen in any cutscenes where this was drawn very seriously. Potentially. Most palettes have color swatches on them. It doesn't clip with this outfit, actually. So, lucky me, I guess. I've chosen one of the things that this is okay with. But let's see. The only other Pictomancer brush that I have in here is the Triplios Angle brush. And that doesn't have palette on it. It does have a funny little green puffball, though. There's physics on the brush hairs that they wave about. I didn't notice that. Do I have a Glamour Dispeller? Probably. The very basic Pictomancer brush also does not have any colors on the palette. Unless they, like, appear there as you do stuff and I just did not notice. That might be possible. Probably not. By the way, this is the part where I demonstrate exactly how much time I'm willing to take, I guess, in getting anywhere. Because we're now looking at the minute details of glamour objects. Grand Cosmos. Also, I don't know how much I want to keep streaming tonight, because it is kind of late already. I might end up doing the rest of the Pictomancer quests before even seeing the first Dawntrail dungeon at this rate. Just making sure that colors don't appear on the brush as I do stuff. Or I mean on the palette. Doesn't seem like it. I have the hammer combo now, by the way. I, for one, really appreciate that the Pictomancer starting weapon is so simple, because I often really like just a simple, basic weapon. Smack. 10 damage. It is a little weird that the palette is blank, though. But the weapon itself does look nice. Anyway. Also, this is the level 90 fake contest winner sword, in case I didn't mention that. Oh, there's a ceiling fan that's rotating very slowly. I didn't notice. There's two of them. Also, the texture on the waves is ridiculous. And yeah, like, the wood texture of the palette is very elaborate too. Bag, boxes, various. And you can hear like the waves in the background too. There's even a free ladder. I could play Kupo Adventure. Big sofa. I'm sure I can't sleep on this. Yeah. I can sit on it. Sukuro looks so polite when she's just sitting on something. Oh, and you can even see the other cabins from here. And like part of the city. This is probably the best inn in the game. Well, okay, the one in Kugane with a hot spring is also neat. Like, as an inn that's different and has a thing in it. Hey, cool equipment there. I shouldn't look at that too closely. That's spoilers. I do have a glamour prepared for when we reach the high-tech techno future, by the way. Oh good, someone is just Zidane. They're literally named Zidane Tribal, but with an apostrophe after the L and a Y instead of an I. And they have the VV minion. They are dedicated to the bit. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Sucro. Nod. But where are Erenville and Wuklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Nod. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it than from the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. Bow. I give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Link pearls. Probably. What's this? It's called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. Welcome to the group chat. Yeah. Nod. Erenville probably already knows what this is. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Wait, yeah, did we not know that about link pearls? That's probably buried in one of the encyclopedias. I didn't think about how they never mentioned what a link pearl was. Drum ambush again. What a stroke of luck to forge this connection to the palace. May it be the beginning of a profitable partnership. Please ask anything. I'll gladly tell you what I know. Wuklamat may not be as experienced or as accomplished as her brothers, but she has an affinity for the people. For her, finding those willing to cooperate is as simple as asking. She's a warrior of light. Is there a reason that Pelu Pelu all wear those masks? Who should we speak to first, do you think? Even up close, the Hanu are remarkably similar to the Vanu, aside from those brilliant feathers, of course. It's very flowery Viera standing here. The Tuliolal saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of these, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozamauka. The other, smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkupacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wanchenpelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Sucro? Pick your destination. Pick our destination. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting the quest from the helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu, and vice versa. The second quest path will become available from their respective NPC once you've completed the series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail to Dawn. I don't know if they're mutually exclusive or it's just like you temporarily can't do one. So I have no real basis for... Like, I have no real... Nothing is pointing me in one direction or the other, exactly. Does anyone else have anything to say about it? Trust my instincts. Okay, everyone's saying the same thing, so I'm going to go in the direction that has alpacas first. I said there was nothing pointing me in one direction or the other, but I lied. There's alpacas in this one. Like, you can see it in the little quest banner. It's alpaca time first. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urqupacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? My other reasoning is that if the Hanu are, like, cheerful festival people, they're more likely to be, like, chill about waiting to be the second quest chain. Maybe. Oh, am I the only one going Pelu Pelu first? Interesting. That is indeed the way to Urqupacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Alpaca. Alpaca. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Jabalav Tai. Jabalav Tai. It's been arranged. I already forgot how to say it. Jabalav Tea, probably. Hanu's extremely Monster Hunter. Ah. And now quests begin. What's up? Hunting. You there, you are Sucro Funk, are you not? The adventurer from across the water who's been lending the Third Promise her strength? Nod. And well met! To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You're familiar with Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tuliolo, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirits, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. That makes sense. If you're interested, speak with my associate, Bologa. The Jabral is a master of the hunt and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. You got it. I probably will be doing quests of unlocking things as I go, instead of waiting. I am in full taking my time mode. I hope I do not get spoilered as a consequence of this. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. Here to sign up? The Wing of Protection recommended you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Wuklamat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Sucro. Suppose I better get down to the introductions. Or maybe I don't need to? This whole idea came from your side of the sea, after all. It was Kona who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way as they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people. You kill them and bring us back the proof. I see you have sold a rug. Congratulations. You get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule I have is to test every hopeful out on beginner builds. Can't have every youngling with nothing to her name but a plowshare in the dream of glory skipping merrily away to her doom. Prove yourself in Toral, and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to fry. Hurrah! $94. What? No! No! Not the alpaca! Perhaps they really are vicious. Mattel. What do you mean lesser Apollyon? That's funny to me for things that, because of reasons that I know about. Stink Shell. Welcome to the turtle that has evolved to be stinky. All right. Well, okay then. I'm guessing I can't. There's a new cat here for 800 nuts. I was going to say, I'm guessing I can't immediately acquire all of the things here. Blade's Exaltation. Blade's Exaltation. Interesting. Interesting. What does that mean? Hold up. How quickly can I get 50 of that currency? That's right, I've been derailed. I need to go to drums. I need to go to Crystarium should work. Give me your elite mark. Also, welcome to HD Crystarium. Oh, I forgot to take an extreme quest here, apparently. Where's... Yeah, they're over there. Tell me about your extreme mark, for I need 50 of your currency. I mean, your elite. Okay. The internet. I call upon your power. Tell me where this monster resides. Understood. I shall now go vanquish a crab in order to acquire a song. In the meantime, we get to see other places in high definition. I also will switch the chat to general temporarily, so it tells me if I see my mark. I'm going danger mode. Surely no one will yell at me here. I mean, yell spoilers at me here. Being in the Tempest reminds me that I still need to level up Blue Mage. I could do that, that's true. You sense your mark to the... Well, yeah, very helpful message there. Very, very helpful. Drum ambush again. Keeps happening. This is... yeah, it's right there. Give me your song. I want to know what this is. Oh, that's the battle theme. Okay. That's the Dawntrail overworld battle theme that we've yet to actually hear. Well, I mean, in context. Blade's Exaltation is a cool name for the battle theme. I wanted that scroll because it sounded like there was a chance of it being a Final Fantasy IX song, because some of those have multiple names. And I was like uncertain about it. Like that could have been one of the random one-off songs from the play at the start of FF9 that they don't use anywhere else. Anyway. Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mounts? The Pelu Pelu are all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess at their age. Is that a problem? Talking to a Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. To help with what? What? Ah. Lee, male, Lu, female. So, to be honest about how I approach voice acting, is if I go for a voice and then my guess at like a character's gender or gender presentation is false, I stay with the voice. So if I started voicing someone with the Hotel Mario voice and then it turned out that that's probably not a sort of voice that they would have, I'd keep going with it anyway. I don't know why that was my example, but my reasoning is that people of all genders have all sorts of voices. So it's completely normal. Even though I do tend to default towards more specific, like, types of pitch based on the character's gender presentation, I guess. I try to vary it up. Ugh, why did it have to be alpacas? Yeah. I will accept that for most characters. Not Sucro. May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Cryo loves this. Wuklamat hates this. These animals can traverse Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yaktaral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it's not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. Ha! I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience may find them easy to handle. Yeah, that makes sense. We're really doing this, then? So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Nod in understanding. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urqupacha, then that's what we'll do. Nod. I can't believe you have to fight alpacas. Ooh, I wasn't expecting snow. That's interesting.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urqupacha, 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty.
So,
yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawntrail,
look at them move.
What great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Look at the alpacas marching along. More like alpaca? Question mark. I'm excited to explore the actual maps of Dawntrail.
So this is Urqupacha. I've never actually been here before.
I got the impression that they were really cool, and I'm actually to the point where I'm exploring them almost. That's exciting.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
Oh, really? Interesting.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Wakor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here, of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal? Is that a local beverage?
It's an Urqupacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels.
But what did you wander over here for? Do you have something to say, though?
Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Oh, well, there it is.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
Yay.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
For the record, They have mentioned that they were in Final Fantasy X, and I kind of forgot about that until just now. If we look at the bingo, that doesn't count as the character XP either. Things I will accept as a character XP are someone who's very, like, obviously based on a character, a specific character from 9 or 10, or an enemy slash boss that is based on a very important boss from 9 or 10. 10 I don't have a lot of knowledge of, but 9 I should be able to maybe recognize, like if Soul Cage shows up or something.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Are we going to run into Estinian immediately losing all of his money like 2 feet from here? He's around here somewhere. We know that. Or are Wuklamat and Estinian...
down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
Or are Wuklamat and Estinian going to be bad with money, buddies?
It's right there.
No. My foe. My regrettable foe. Must I vanquish you already? Projectile spit. Well, they were doing the thing. Level 90 alpaca is a great message to see. Alpaca fillet? Oh no. I feel bad now. Well, I mean, I don't think I could unsync Shinryu at level 90, so I doubt the alpaca could either. The palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Wuklamat's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. I didn't expect snow here, but I guess we are in like a mountainous region. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not to the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. Maybe, yeah. Did we accidentally... We kind of did that on purpose, actually. I could see more buildings down the path Bulnok was taking. I wonder what's over that way. This is it, Wachan Pelu, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat should have arrived before us. I mean, yeah, but I picked the fight. That's not good. Wait, what's not good? Oh. You've come all this way for the right of succession. Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn Servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. Nod. And the nation's ruler should dress her best for the adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, Third Promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Ernenville, when did you... Ah, a Shetona from far-off Jacques Toural. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. It's funny, you say... Aaronville. It's funny, you say that in 10 they always said yes, yes a lot. And they gave that trait to the Namazu, who are also a lot of merchants a lot of the time. That's funny. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Oh, they say yup, yup, okay. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. Nod. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. Nod, nod. They're both staring at Alphino. Alphino, don't buy a katana challenge. Everyone is just staring at Alphino except for Wuklamat. Alphino is not as bad with money as Estinian, but he sure did cause an entire side quest chain by being bad with money. Oh. A jovial rendition of, Dawntrail musics. Yeah. Oh, hey. Fellow Viper, what's up? You look like you can handle yourself. If you're interested in joining the hunt, I reckon you and I might meet again. Interesting. I'm just looking around. Sukra will not drink alcohol. Hopefully it is not required. There was a moment in the Relic questline for Endwalker where I was afraid Sukra would be required to drink alcohol, but she was not. You're drinking coffee. Those grapes are sparkling. I feel like they went out of their way to make the grapes noticeable. Someone's a warrior. I hope in the next expansion Alphino becomes a samurai because he accidentally buys a katana again. Wait, what was that you said about the... You said, scrolling up, scrolling up. Scrolling up. Scrolling up too far. I think you said about their names. Lu female, Lee male. Okay. Just wondering because a husband was mentioned. Wachin Pelu means House of the Pelu Pelu. Honestly surprised they're not selling mezcal as an export already. Alpaca. 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 That's the wrong button. I don't mean to challenge the alpaca to battle. Not this one, anyway. Sucro hug alpaca. Alpaca unfazed. Only Lalapels may enter this area. I knew that this was a thing. I've seen people post that there were more Lalafell houses again. I clearly fit in the door, though. Sucro is so short. She's 5 feet tall, exactly. Okay, no, it's fine, actually. Because I can bug the camera out and do this. Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail hates this. This one simple trick. Wait, am I stuck in here? Oh, uh-oh. Okay, I dislodged myself from the Lalapel door. I did see a recommendation to check out Endwalker areas in first person somewhere. Reminder that there is a not Endwalker, but Dawntrail. Reminder that there is a first person mode in this game. And it might be fun as a way to like look around. There's a little bit of weird distortion with those cacti up there. I'll have to try and remember that. Agave Jaws lies north of here. There's even a place called Agave Jaws, apparently. Okay, I did a tune. Alright, time to look for fates that have terrible... Gust, stop already. Alright, I've seen worse puns. Gem Trader. That's also important. Right, you have to actually, like, unlock the ability to buy more stuff. Anyway. A trained alpaca can be commanded with tongue clicks and whistles. 2 sharp clicks means hold up, while blowing hard through pursed lips means off you go. You should try it. Interesting. Alpaca lore. This might be accurate to real alpacas or something, for all I know. All of these houses and buildings made to Pelu Pelu size, and mine too, come to think of it. But not mine, apparently. It would seem the Pelu Pelu are also partial to coffee. Muklamat is lucky to have Erendil. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. She's a little more than that shorter. Like, that's like 2-3 inches, 2 to 4 inches, probably. Sucro could definitely go through that door, though. Imagine if they actually like checked your height slider instead of if you were a Lalafell. That would be very funny, I think. I swear, I let her out of my sight for one moment. Not my finest moments, but I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Kyle, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Wicklamat, you and Aaronville may try approaching travelers and passerby. Nod. Sucro, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Nod. Yeah, exactly. There was an alternate timeline where I was a Lalafell named Zazazel Zazel playing this questline. The Dawn Servant Selector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care for who sits on the throne, so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. No, shake head. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. But being but freshly returned from my trading route, I'd heard there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger Tobley could probably tell you more about it. Electors? Oh, yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the Resilient Sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. No, thanks. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zeralja or his policies. You know what? That's fair. I guess that's fair. I guess you're allowed to do that. But also, have you heard about the warmongering by any chance? Ah. Someone who's distinctly slightly different than everyone else. It's possible Mablu might be important. But also check out this alpaca. There's a lot of people just over here. Oh, this one's a sleeping. That's a sleepy alpaca. I'm glad that the alpaca are saying words or sounds. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our priced alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, and be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks! It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Well, it's back to work for me. I'll catch a scolding if Tobli finds me standing idle. I would bet at least a gil that Mablu is very important. Entirely because the one person wearing pink, or Mablu, yeah. She's the one person wearing pink instead of red. I think the clank of the magical lantern following me around is kind of endearing. Maybe Sucro enchanted this lantern herself or something. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobli is the man to talk to about the contest. If only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. One of the funnier genres of complaint that I saw was that Wuk-Lamat is the only person who gets to do anything in this expansion, according to them. And the entire reason we're here is to help Wuk-Lamat, so that makes complete sense. Like, to me. It's likely that a lot of the Wuk-Lamat haters are, bad people with bigoted opinions. Back already? Yeah, she's the protagonist. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Sucro. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Nod. Great, we can meet back here to share our impressions. She's so excited to do everything. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Hurry along, I've coats to brush and smelly spit to mop up. Remember, I never actually said there was an elector in Wanchinpelo. Wild-eyed alpaca. It's alpaca. Means business, maybe. I'll sniff out the head ledger in a heartbeat, you'll see. It's the alpaca. Maybe. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? Well, are you not ready to begin the contest? Seems suspicious. The beast regards you with wary eyes and a twitching jaw. Backing away slowly may be the wisest course of action. Is the contest going to be tame the alpaca? Make the alpaca chill? You think I might be Toby? Well, maybe I am. All I will say that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. The third promise must demonstrate her worth. So only one of them mentioned spit. Diligent ranch hand. And that was sort of the vague clue. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The diligent ranch hand, the boastful ranch hand, or the nonchalant ranch hand? Probably diligent. That's my guess, anyway. Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you've correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of the Watch and Pello, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Galul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! Wait, what square? What square? Oh, Tobly is a character that shows up in Final Fantasy X too. Oh, the money was not visible, yeah. I don't think that counts unless this Tobly is extremely similar to that Tobly. Nothing, okay. Ah, a place featured in the Tuliolo saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. Even the framing of shots like
the
this.
Servant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Even the framing of shots like this frames Wuklamot as the protagonist. Tobly was the manager for the idol group? Interesting.
Right. Not hard at all.
You know what? That makes sense.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
You're Tobly.
Zoralja rolled Intimidate on that one, I think.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. but I think I have a good one.
They keep mentioning columns. You must pet the alpaca.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Kind of. There's the Dawntrail comedy theme again. Previously seen in Viper Quests.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Oh no. I knew the wild-eyed alpaca was important. Look at them waddle. Look at how fluffy they are.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
This is a special kind of alpaca. Wuklamat will approach the alpaca and the alpaca will draw a gun.
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
The alpaca activates its laser eye. Almost.
Ah!
But not quite.
The little monster spat on me!
Dawntrail comedy theme too.
Oh, that stinks. I can't.
I can't believe Wuklamat is dead.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly.
Oh, mood. Okay. I get
Press
it now.
your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
This alpaca has assumed a battle stance, I've just noticed.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Look how fluffy they are.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
I do love to learn cool animal facts. Now I'm just thinking about cool bug facts, which was some sort of meme about, I don't remember the exact, I can't relay anything about it because I don't remember anything about it. But I assure you that I'm thinking about it. I'm absorbing the comedy music. Oh, hey, a bot. Hello, bot. Goodbye, bot. That bot didn't even... It's interesting, actually. The other bots that I've seen recently always had like a hello and a follow.
Cool bug fact, I can see you.
Well, that's probably one of them. Right, it was stuff like, one day you will have to answer for your actions and such. The bug facts have nothing to do with bed, or bugs, or beds, and are mostly about how you can't atone for your sins and you're going to hell, or whatever. That's the sort of cool alpaca facts I'm expecting from this. Anyway. Something that's very funny about all this also is we saw in that brief alpaca fight before this. Also, I think the time is changing in this cutscene as I just stand here talking about stuff. In that brief alpaca fight we saw before I entered the town, we could see them doing a projectile spit attack with an AoE indicator, which means that Sucro's Echo is allowing her to dodge alpaca spit. So she's gonna win this challenge free, I think. Oh, Wuklamat's alive.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
God, I know this isn't the first dungeon, but I wish this was Bardam's Medal 2 with an alpaca boss at the end, like the Yol. I want Boss Alpaca. The strongest dungeon creature.
And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching.
In the coming duty, you will play as Wuklamat. Maybe.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
I think that's probably true, yes. Wuklamat probably does need to get owned.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge.
Does the Dawn Servant know what your challenge is? Because I think the Dawn Servant would be like, yeah, that's funny, do it.
And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
You make it sound so ominous, though.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
No. Be nice to the alpaca.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
Sucro looks concerned.
But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Nod. Yeah, the Wuklamat voice acting is great. I think that's her name?
Are you alright, Wuklamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Sucro.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I did say remaining calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. So this is our sought-after elector. The wild-eyed alpaca is still here. They're not the important one. Zoralja puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. I'm glad I didn't put a Xenos mention for some reason square on the bingo. But Xenos mentioned for some reason imaginary square on the imaginary bingo. I was like, please don't mention that guy. I'm honestly glad he's dead. Judging by the volume of Wuklamat's scream, alpaca expectoration must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. I was impressed by how easily Zoral Ja found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. I do not fear you, wild-eyed alpaca. I will simply dodge. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. Would you mind taking a sniff for me just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. That's a weird thing to ask people, Wuklama. Chill. So, can you still smell it? Be honest. The feet of gold. As Wuklamat helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? Shrug. With the proper saddle. We infused the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel, in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. That alpaca just like slid backwards without animating for like a few inches and then proceeded forward as if nothing was wrong. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money. Somehow. Nod. That's right, Wuklamat, it's time for the trading quest chain. Time to become the Zelda game. Something about this alpaca poking into frame is funnier than it should be. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. I was kidding! Hey! But like, that makes sense. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more! We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphano's million gil. Nod. So, is Zoral Ja just gonna go punch a wild alpaca and bring an unconscious alpaca over here? I don't think that'll count. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I just... I hate it when you're right. You know what? That's fair. You're right. Let me help you with your deal-making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly. Although, Sucro, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Nod. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Sucro anyway. The better to keep my hands free. I don't think we're gonna check off that one bingo square, everyone. Maybe in a more elaborate cutscene. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havel, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Nod, nod. What if I take a cue from the Viper and trade violence for wares? Tending the alpacas, are we? I had some experience with that when I was younger. I have every confidence you'll come back with the saddle. I'd worry if it was just Wuklamat, but it sounds like Mablu knows a thing or two about trading. Turning 100 pel worth of wool into a 10,000 pel saddle is exactly the kind of suggestion I'd expect from the head of a merchant clan. Well, that's not exactly the contest, but... Koala. But wait, where's the ether currents nearby? Only sort of nearby. I'll have to remember those for later. Somebody already has flight. 2 people already have flight. That makes sense. People are already level 100 and all that. This is the artisan who makes our taming saddles. Is it really possible to make 100 times what that wool is worth just through trading? Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. This is the tiniest basket I've ever seen. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. I can kill stuff. And what might that be? Mezcal. I'd like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Nod. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Sir Alja will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my crap for anything less than my asking price. Okay, I was wondering when someone mentioned Zeral Jah being the one they supported before. I don't know if it was Hapley then. It might have been. I was wondering if it was because war equals profit. And it seems like some of them do have that mentality. around here. People always do be going on about the war economy. As long as nobody starts talking about parasites. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. Wait, was Endwalker the Sonic Adventure 2 expansion? Did I say that at some point? I feel like that's something that came up and I already forgot about it. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you one of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I memorized the accounts of what it was like when Yakhui ruled our village. When the Yakhui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the Saddlemaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliolal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. We did see a weaver 2 seconds. Yes, thank you, Sucro. Of course, the Weaver! Bolnak was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now let's head back to that road where we first met him. Nod. That person on a horse reminded me that I don't think it's possible to have a regular horse mount at this point, still. Also, I've noticed that the wild alpacas are not aggressive. Which makes me feel worse for fighting them. Wait, there is a regular horse in PvP? I'm used to PvP being nonsense sword horse. Like, that's not where mounts are at. To me, PvP horses are, this sort of thing. But, you know. Is this where you met the Weaver? This is the spot. After Bolnak talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to watch Anpelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Nod. So... Oh, there's a fate with an experience point bonus. Mega Magui Mayhem? You can't call a quest an unlikely inspector without making me think Hildebrand is involved, when he's definitely not. I will never get 100 victories in Frontline in my life. That's the wrong button. If I do get 100 Frontline victories, it'll be by accident. I hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Ah, we meet again. But wait, weren't you all on your way to watch Pello? Can I have the basket, Sucro? A basket of standard quality wool you received from Tobli, worth 1 pel in the hundreds column. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bolnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Explaining. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrol is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I'd prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bulnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Sucro remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Nod. Here, Sucro, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenville would never let me hear the end of it. Nod. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade! Wait, what? Success! You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. I didn't expect UI for that. I think doing something with the game's UI is one of the easiest ways.
Excellent trade.
To blindside me. Like either do something like really cool with the UI, like incorporating it into the story, or do this and make me laugh. Something about game UI just like gets me, I guess. One example I can think of is in the official Wargroove campaigns, where there's a fight against Dark Mercia in like the post game, where the mission objectives start talking to you in the UI, and they tell you to give up. Like that's an example of using the game UI for stuff that was cool. We turned 100 pel into 500. I know it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. My other favorite go-to example for that is Octopath Traveler 1, where during Ulbricht's questline, like Ulbricht's special ability is to challenge people to duels, and he's seeking someone from his past who he wants to fight, and in the cutscene where he confronts them, the challenge to a duel prompt pops up. It's great. I love stuff like that. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one, or they have a fabulous sense of style. Oh, the Phantasy Star Online 2 one? Is that the one you mean? Where the emergency quests are suddenly like, emergency code, you are the target. That was great too, yeah. That is... possibly the funniest thing about that is the single best storytelling moment in all of PSO2 Classic. Like, all of it. At least all of it that I know of. I don't have a very high opinion of the story, though. So, you know. Right, it was emergency code Abyss. So it did the whole emergency code Abyss. And then, like, it showed you as the target on the side. It was great. Someone who isn't wearing a poncho might need a poncho. Oh, I watched the cutscenes. I just think they're bad. Remember when I streamed episode 4? One of these days, I might be like, I think it'd be funny if I streamed episodes 5 and 6. If I ever say that, you have to tell me not to. All of you listening, if I ever start to stream PSO2 episode 5 or 6, you have to tell me to stop. That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We'll find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Nod. Oh, that's fun. I didn't know about that copy kitty detail. Well, here needs a poncho. A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. Oh, that's really cool. I don't know a whole lot about copy kitty. I've seen it occasionally. I mostly know that there's a lot of explosions in it. I tried playing it, but it didn't really grab me. It's not a game for me specifically. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Nod. Find a potential customer. Mablu. Hey, do you want a poncho? Tell me, who among these gathered travelers do you think might be amenable to a proposal? So, professional fighters like those of the Landsguard would have little interest. Though, the same could be said of any Turali who prioritizes ease of movement in their work. So, the one that's wearing any clothes, probably. Which is the opposite of my suggestion. Also, this is funny that this is the recurring blowgun minigame of this expansion. This one's already fully dressed. An artisan or peddler, perhaps? Come to rest after visiting Wachenpello, like Bulnok would be my guess. That's a Landsguard. Probably dropped by the inn to take a break between patrols. Well, you're disconcerted. You look like you might be cold. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolo, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. Wuklamon is way better at this than she thinks she is my immediate impression. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the hat well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Nod. Oh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's Mate Garden, or Mate, maybe. For one, her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Mate, Mate, Mat? Did you hear that? We already found our next buyer. To Miplu's Mate Garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the common type, right? Shrug. Excellent trade! Success! You traded a 500 pel wool poncho for a 1,000 pel hatchet. Nice on! Nice approach! Wait, are you telling me I can do the Mario Golf announcer voice decently well? Oh no. My power has been unlocked. What's going on over here? Weapon. Mate? Yeah, okay. That was my guess, so. But yeah, Wuklamon is way better at this than she thinks she is. Oh hey, Ether Current. Like, she did that whole pitch. That was her doing, without even being prompted. Gotta give yourself more credit, Wuklamon. Alpaca. Well done recognizing that toolmaker is a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Well, they have to add the merchant class to the game first. Yeah. Yeah. That's about it. My eyes probably dilated, for all I know. I guess I'll open these coffers on some other character. Actually, if I open the coffers on Viper and then sell them on the market board, people will pay an unusual amount of money for these. Maybe. We've been doing so well, even Tobli would have to agree. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Yeah. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. If I'm going to catch a wild alpaca after this, I can't be shying away from the tame ones. Not that I'm scared of them, you understand, or their nasty, disgusting, foul-smelling spit. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Begin the alpaca ride. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I love to look at them prance. I swear, that mountain is too tall to be real. My camera was commandeered for this. Or Corazormor, wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yakhoi. I love to discover a new location. Oh. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. Oh, hello. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. I want to comment on all these enemies that we're passing by. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Nato Cactuar. Is that just not a Cactuar? Is that what you're telling me here? But also those funny enemies with like the black mage eyes. And also we passed a level 100 hunting mark. There was a lot to take in on that ride. Well, they're not Cactuars, they're Sabotenders. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvlo's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobly took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the Feast of Gold. As it's Smate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. Did you give the hatchet back to Wuklamat? We should let her do the talking. To what do I owe this honor? You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're a Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet. Forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the Mazcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for the demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration? I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. These innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help you bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Nod. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Sucro and I have mate to gather. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Nod. Isn't it splendid? Go ahead, drink in the verdant vista of my beautiful mate garden. What do you do here? Alpaca. So is mate a sort of tea, or is it unrelated? Did you see how Wuklamat came to my rescue there? She really is good with people. I'm gonna need to figure out good stopping points in the MSQ.
Mate or mate is a traditional South American caffeine-rich infused herbal drink. It is also known as chimarrão or cimarrón, and kai in Guarani. You could call it tea, to a degree.
Okay. I wasn't sure Miplu would bite, but it goes to show you that you never know until you try. I'm glad that we're continuing the tradition of nighttime in certain areas having just beautiful piano pieces. Like jazz is great and all. But I do appreciate a beautiful piano arrangement. You've brought me some leaves then. Also, just nighttime ambience is happening too. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate! But at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. nod. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. I don't understand how someone could dislike Luc Lamont so far. Unless they were a jerk. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. Some of them definitely are that, yeah. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave, or so you intend to give up then? Have you mentioned any of this to him? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoral Shah? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuk Lamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Sucro folding her arms. We didn't get an excellent trade notice in the UI that time. There it is. Excellent trade! Success! You traded 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves. Great job, Star Fox! I'm level 91 now. I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. My brain was trying to form a pedal to the metal joke out of like Telu to the Melu, and that's nothing. So I'm just going to move on. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Sucro, designated item holder. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. I'd say it makes sense to trade leaves that are used for drink creation to a different drink creation location. Natto Cactor. Oh no, they're mad at me. I've been perceived. It's time to groove. Question marks, Needles. What do you mean? I like this enemy design though. Mega Magui. Kinda, yeah. Coffee grounds. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get your joke. The question marks, Needles, concerns me greatly. I hope it works like the question marks skill that's also an enemy skill classically, where it's based on their missing health, I think. That would be clever, I think, if it was. Eye needles, like the imaginary number. Negative 1,000 needles. That alpaca says, "Huh?" Someone is an accomplished blue mage over there. Someone already has an alpaca mount. Unless they use the alpaca trader, I guess, or whatever. Someone had the Morble mount, which I think is a difficult blue mage achievement, if I remember correctly. Lots of people already have this bike, too. Must not be too difficult to get it. Oh, the smell of mezcal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. May I want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. Yeah, that sounds pretty difficult. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Sucro, perhaps Wuklamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head up to the north side and see what I can learn. Me, I'm a chef from Tuliolo. I often come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol according to my customers. He always brings out the jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangements. If you make Sucro drink alcohol, I'm going to cry. There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around the Gave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Your presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Hiring mercenaries to come and cull the threats would eat into profits. I bet Gobli would be glad to find a less expensive solution. His spirits are excellent, I agree, but they're simply too strong for me. So what you're saying is that I am actually going to do the thing that I said earlier and take a page from the Viper book and fight monster to trade. Gobli might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. Most Pelu have at least one set of especially fine garments. The success of a deal can hinge on how you present yourself, so it pays to dress to impress. So, what did you find out? Monsters are causing problems and this person has terrible clothing. Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuklamat. Also, we should not drink alcohol while dealing with the alcohol trader, because that will cause funny pranks to occur. Is your attire, like, notably disheveled in any way? No. Okay. You have business with me, madam? Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his... Oh, there's an alpaca doing a little turn. Sorry, I have to watch this alpaca for a bit. He's doing his best! He's doing so well! He's having a great time. I hope. Round and round the alpaca goes. What a good creature. Uh-oh, watch out, a comedy music has begun. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? The monsters in the agave fields. That's something I can deal with. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. Oh. Did this taste for strong drink because that was brought up? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hubigo Chief. Hubio? It was Hubio, I think. Hubio Chef is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubio friend, but I did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It'd be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Valak Shunsa. It'd be such a shame to miss the chance of the lifetime simply for want of proper garments. I guess they are a little faded, unless that's the lighting? That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bulnock, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliyola. Gasp. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he'll doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That certainly is a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in the Gabe Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Sukro and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Balnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wanchunpelo. Be safe! Please be careful out there. That young woman is one formidable trader. Now, I might have forgotten I can't fly yet, or I might have just been impatient, or both. Alright, Wuklamat. Let's fight Preacher. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Nod. Yesn't. Ah, traveler, welcome to Agave Jaws. Examine the soil and weather to ensure the agaves grow in the best conditions possible. Sukro is interested. Agave sap is distilled to make mezcal. And it's named because they're lined up in such a way that makes them look like teeth. That kind of makes sense. Sukro is interested in farming. So I've learned from observation that the best way to Viper, your opener needs to be 2 parts of this combo, whatever that starts as, because that gives the enemy the debuff and grants you the buffs. And then from there you go into Dreadwinder. And generally you prioritize, you start with Dreadfangs. You start with 2 hits of Dreadfangs. Generally you might have noticed how I was playing Viper with doing that. And then generally Steel Fangs has like higher initial potency, I think, a little bit. Yeah, Dreadfangs is 140. So you don't want to alternate back and forth. You want to prioritize Steel Fangs until you need to do Dreadfangs to refresh the debuff. And then Dreadwinder also does all the buffs and stuff. So you start with Dreadfangs for some of the buffs, you go into Dreadwinder for more of the buffs and more potency. And while you're doing Dreadwinder, you activate Serpent's Ire so that you can do a Reawaken. And then after you're done Reawakening, eventually Uncoiled Fury will also have a combo that's apparently strong enough to be doing. There's a lot of double weaving at level 100, I think. I don't yet know, like, optimal Pictomancer stuff. Oops, I did the wrong thing immediately. It doesn't really matter, though. But I'll figure it out, maybe. So it does seem that Uncoiled Fury is a DPS gain and not just like a for ranged situations only thing. Yeah, the slower GCD is to make the double weaves more comfortable is what it feels like. Which I did notice. Does, So yeah, the recast, I guess, is the GCD. You'll notice Uncoiled Fury also has a high recast, because this turns into a double weave. And, Reawaken, I guess. Can I use this out of... Yes, I can. So these turn into weaves as well. Like, first generation, then you hit Serpent's Tail, then second, Serpent's Tail, third, Serpent's Tail, fourth, Serpent's Tail, then you hit Ouroboros. Which I... Do I have that? It's on my bar for some reason. Sucrose glowing with power. I think it's just it changes to that automatically on the bar. I probably don't have that until 100 or something. No, it's 96. Weird, you get the finisher for that before you get the weaves for it, because these are the weaves for it. Oh, and then Uncoiled Twin Fang and Twin Blood are the weaves for Uncoiled Fury. So yeah, that's the debuff. That's the haste. And this starts the other buffs. Did it in the wrong order. Yeah. It's fun to like piece together how it works, even though like in practice it's not terribly complicated. It's fun to like realize what each piece does. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Kinda, yeah. I have a lot of difficulty with some of the mechanics in Rabbit and Steel, like some of the boss mechanics. I can't parse some of those fights, like, at all. Those squares that explode into 4 directions, I will never be able to understand those in my entire life. I die instantly every time. Like, the one time I tried hard mode and I ran into those squares, I got hit by literally every attack. And just died. I can only beat normal mode at the most so far. I haven't played it in a bit though. Go on, give Mablu the sack of leaves so she could seal the deal. Finished already? Even hardened mercenaries would have taken longer. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now if I could just have the sack of leaves. This is taking a lot of time, during which Zololja has probably already punched at least one alpaca. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. You could punch so many alpacas in this amount of time. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobli. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Balnok, as agreed. I think the funniest possible bit they could have done would have been to make Gobli's outfit lower res as if it were pre-graphics update. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Nod. Determined. Excellent trade! Success! You traded a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. I feel like I'm doing some slight variant on the same accent for like all of the NPCs, and I guess that makes sense because that's how accents kind of work. But also I hope I'm doing an acceptable job of it. Master Gobley's praise makes me confident I can be a peddler after all. Well, a bit more confident than before at least. I'm satisfied with our trade, and I trust you are too. Should you have need of more mezcal, you know who to come to. Well, John, there are no Johns involved, but Wuklamat in the saddle. This is one. Okay, so this is a quest name that they've shown before, because they said in the live letter that they were making it possible to use emotes that you needed to use in a quest through a menu on the duty list, like it would be over here. Does this count as a mind-numbing pun in a quest title? Like, I knew this was coming, so I didn't go like, ugh, so I don't think it counts yet. I think it has to be worse than this. I think this works as a bar. My mind is not numb, no. I knew this one existed. This works as like a bar. The bar is set. The pun has to be quote unquote worse than this one. It's like back in the saddle. Like Wuklamat in the saddle. This is the definition of a stretch for the pun, I think. Like, this is the most stretch you could stretch for a pun. This is the extent of your reach. This is the measure of their reach, if you will. But, yeah. So, the pun has to be more groan-inducing than this one. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. I don't know what anamorphosis is, but it's sure a fancy word. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havu's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. Nod. You know what else is funny about this, actually? You know what's really funny, actually? We just did an elaborate trading quest to get alcohol for someone. Does this remind you of any other part of this game? They really did Realm Reborn again, didn't they? God. Oh, that's arm's length, is it? Okay. My neutral expression activates arm's length and makes me immune to knockback. The third promise looks ready to train the mezcal now. My price is final. Bring me a jug of premium mezcal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Well, it's more like :3 to knock back and draw in effects, because my neutral expression is still a cat face. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. I wish when we got back it was like, you will now play as Erenville. This is what was going on with the alpacas while you were gone. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift from negotiation. Aw. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoral Jah, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. It's going to... Am I going to play as Wuklamot to collect alpaca, or is that just going to be a wacky cutscene? There's so many possibilities. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. Don't drink it all at once. We did a lot for this. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only 100 pale basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feat accomplished! Success! You traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. Feat accomplished, huh? Well done! Wait, I have that on the... Wait, I have that on the... I have sound clips. I forget so easily. Wait. Why is my soundboard empty? Voice mod? Hello? Hold up. My sounds! Where have they gone? I only have default noises. This is a tragedy. Well, something busted. Something fell out. Something broke.
You've got to be kidding.
I still have that button. That's on a different source.
Clown!
And that one.
What is this?
Exactly. Alright, how's everyone doing over here? It looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. The wild-eyed alpaca is nowhere to be seen. Yeah, clown is not the same soundboard. It's a button on my stream deck instead. Tobley and Arendelle have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. Kryle's just enjoying her time at the alpaca ranch so much. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Wuklamot's aversion to the animals. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive? Let's tell them the good news. Ah, Komajiro is here. No, wait, that's Komo-san. Fake Yokai Watch fan. I don't know that much about Yokai Watch. She does have a Beastmaster-esque outfit, though it's closer to like Final Fantasy III original Sage. Or not Sage, Devout. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild boar friends so you can practice. She's so eager to help. Nod. I know. This is something I need to learn. The music choice. Incredible. God, where was this music again? This is... God, where was this? It was something. Great sunken gods, I did it! Wait, can you elaborate on Great Sunken Gods? That sounds awesome. Please tell me about the local mythology right now. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that. Gods live in the giant split in the continent? That's awesome. Ah, Alpaca Puncher is back. Sorolja, he's back. What do you mean you have a gold shiny alpaca? Hold up. Did you pay like 9 million for that? Did you pay the max? Did you have your gill capped? You know what? Fair enough. Would you believe I forgot this redeem existed? Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. Nod. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? I don't remember what your voice sounded like. A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. I don't remember your voice that well. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. No! You're another one of those we have to unite everyone under one banner violently people. Why does this keep happening? Cut it out! It never works! Okay, if Zeralja says, tell me for whom do you fight at any point, I'm gonna rotate upside down. I think I have that ability. I think I can do that. Hold on, I have to see if I can rotate upside down. You have a plan. I can't find where I am located. I don't know where I am because I don't know where I am not. The heart of Sabik. Exactly. I should know where I am because I should know where I'm not. Like a missile. But I so rarely change anything related to this. There it is. So, transform. Yes, I can flip upside down. Great. This might be important for later. But probably not. Yeah, okay. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolol all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but as opportunity. Yeah, the golden alpaca kinda undermines this a bit. Thus does their resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. Nod. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. I'm going to do that, but better and less stupid. Great. Great plan, Zeral Shah. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Golul Jah did not elevate the Mamul Jah, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the First Promised has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliolol, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The First Promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona. It's like we're not even family. Family's found, mostly. New objective. Become Wuklamat's family. Wait, Al-Ra can be this tall? Al-Ra's taller than Sucro. That's weird. Zeral Jah is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace. But should he achieve this peace, then what? So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. A golden alpaca in the flesh. Like the Golden City, I thought them a children's tale. Oh, we can see it over here. Creature. I could never agree with Zeral Jah. I want Tuliolol to be a land of peace now and always. Oh, the wild-eyed alpaca is back. Seems glum. Perhaps it is wistful for the soothing scent of the taming saddle. Aw. I'll ponder Zeral Jah and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, So lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Oronkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamat off on our hunt. Synchronized thoughts of creature. Synchronized in a sense. Here's a question. Oh, someone's dead. Hold on. Oh, crap. Molowak? Your attack was Molowak? That's illegal. Anyway, why are you... Oh, you're idle. Wait, someone else used raise on you, I think. Yeah, they did. You're dead and your guild is EP. Well. I attempted to help. If my mind-numbing pun square allowed for enemy attack names, I think Molowak would be a good contender, potentially. Thought these were striking dummies for a sec. So here's a question. Yeah, sometimes you're really EP. If, for example, the Final Fantasy IX remixes that do exist already in the game pop up in the Dawntrail content, does that count for the square? I said previously that the remixes didn't count, which would be the flamenco, the hunt theme, and then run, or whatever the run away quickly theme is. Like, if the hunt theme popped up at some point during Dawntrail, I wonder if that would count for the square. I would say, yeah, I'd probably say no. It's gotta be new. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Oronkanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Zoral may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Wuklamat is out of the running. She can do this. Mablu's right. The least we can do is let Wuklamat know we're cheering for her. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer on Wuklamat as she marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing task of capturing a wild alpaca. Sucro's cheer sounds so weird. It's very funny.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
Wait, do I still have the video? So I was messing around with character creation a bit ago. I might have deleted the video. I might not have it. I can show this at the end of the stream. There is a specific Aura female voice when I was messing with character creation that has a cheer sound that sounds like she's boosting in Mario Kart. She goes, "Way!" It's some Funky Kong behavior, and I love it. Not.
Right. I'm off.
Is this gonna be a you play as Wuklamat moment? That would make a lot of sense. There she goes.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
Waha hey, it's me Calico, and I have gotten a boost pad or boost ring or boost item. Look at me go. Oops, ran into 50 billion walls trying to get 1 silver's coin.
Oh no. Why are you in Diddy Kong Racing, Calico? I forget who it was, but I heard someone complaining about the Diddy Kong Racing Silver Coins Challenge. Saying that they teach you to drive wrong, or they force you to drive wrong. I think probably everyone's voice acting is just improving steadily over time. And that makes sense. Oh, did you know that the twins' voice actors are great singers? No, I didn't see newbies stream Diddy Kong Racing. I heard someone talk about it in some other context. I guess we don't play as with Lamont.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
Well, what else do you... Makes sense. What do you think he has in that backpack? But, yeah, I can see the more nuance in the performance happening, for sure. I think there was something else I was going to say that I lost track of. I hope Aaronville has a Nerf gun.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Aaronville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
Yeah, Aaronville without the backpack. It's over there.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
Aaronville, tell us your deal!
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek.
Aaronville, you're only vaguely alluding to your deal. I need to know what your deal is.
My younger self took those words to heart. And off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place.
It turns out it's pretty cool to look for weird animals.
Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
I should have had a bingo square for people keep saying the word trail or dawn. That would also have been a good one.
Are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
I need to remember to do one of the custom delivery things that gives you the Gleaner outfit. Because I wouldn't wear the coat, probably, but maybe the gloves or boots would be good. Or the pants. I think the gloves and boots would probably be good.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Vuklamat is going to find the legendary giant alpaca or something. She's going to show up any second now.
Wait. Do you hear that?
With like a bajillion alpaca, or like a really big one, or a platinum one, or an electrum one. Electrum is still funny as a concept. Or just a regular one. That works too.
I did it.
Okay, so we didn't play as her. Yeah, that's true. She is in the saddle. It sounds like she had a harrowing adventure. It looks like she had a harrowing adventure. Yeah, she hasn't slept.
Spent. And small wonder.
Another good bingo square would be Alphino, or would be somebody uses healing in a cutscene. Alphino does this so rarely.
Well done, third promise.
Also, this is funny because one of the first things I did when the graphics update was out was go look at the scene where he's trying to do this to a certain Harshaphant, who was dead.
Ratch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
The alpaca is going to stand over here. Alphino is quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood? I saw somewhere someone specifically mentioning the Alphino firewood metaphor as something that continued being like brought up. Or metaphor, I guess? Like Alphino's firewood collecting experience repeatedly being brought up. So I don't remember the context of that, but it looks like it's here again. We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Vuklamat was able to catch her alpaca, and Erenville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Vuklamat had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she'd clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I spoke too much. If Vuklamat is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again. Maybe even walk. Wow, Alphino, I didn't know you were Paladin. I thought I was the Paladin. I mean, I don't remember the context of me reading someone mentioning the firewood thing. I remember, well, I probably didn't remember a lot about the firewood thing in general either. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Nightworld silver piece. It's $500. I already have every die. Wait, what the heck is Nightworld silver piece anyway? Is that from the first or something? Huh. The fact that you have a theory about it is interesting. I mean, I've seen plenty of theories about Solution 9 being connected to the other shards, so... Dang it, I'm also forgetting the Ronka. Ronka, not Rosma. Ronka. Ronkins. Yeah, there it is. I thought Mablu was doing like the show right emote and not like throwing her hands up in the air. Uklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. Nod. Uklamat nodded. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. Group nod. Well, y'all can do that, but I got a motorcycle. Or I could tell. I still have one of the Sucro facts as Sucro won't tell me where she got her motorcycle. Hey, I didn't realize before how much light this aetherite gives off. Have I mentioned yet that the lighting is one of the major winners of this graphical update? Light sources. Craziest thing. I've already seen a number of people playing as the new female Hrothgar. Tax accounting? Huh? Oh, the motorcycle. Nope. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Uklamat can't be that far behind. I teleported. I guess they forgot to attune to the aetherite. The sound of tea. It makes the healing noise too. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I hope they let the alpaca have some. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zuralja did. Uklamat, look, shinies are like a 1 in 400 something, 4,000 something chance. I wouldn't blame yourself for that. Zuralja friggin' shiny hunting alpacas over here. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Wait, what? Tell me more about the surprising, incredible power of the golden alpaca, please. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulu Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakhui, held our people in thrall. Sorry, I'm distracted by the alpacas doing a steppy over here. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulu Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakhui in stature and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. See, we've got at least one Hrothgar. There's a Viera there. There's a Moblin, Hanu Hanu. I'm not sure if the other one on the left is another Hrothgar or a Rúgadin. I can't quite tell from this distance. I think that's a Rúgadin. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Yaya ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakui's subjugation. Okay, it's a Rúgadin. You can see over on the side there. Yeah, there aren't really any regular human, I guess. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. Oh yeah, I guess there aren't Lalafell. They know of them because they're not too surprised by the Elazin or Lalafell in our party. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard of the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. The alpaca stepped forward. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. Yeah, I was thinking this. We did more than just get the alpaca, Wuglamat. Like, your brother went and beat up and, like, I don't know, T-posed aggressively at a golden alpaca and then brought it back or something. But you, like, actually cared about the people? Which is very important in a ruler, probably. So, you know. You should be proud of the accomplishments, which earned you your keystone. These look like gummies. Like, you could build a ship out of these. So this is what they look like. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, we have. Go on, set it in the tablet. God, I was half expecting this tablet to spiral onto the screen and then have the jewel inserted into it. Like it was the Yato from Fire Emblem Fates. I would have died if that happened. Fire Emblem Fates is a video game that exists, unfortunately. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. Hey, there's one thing that will slightly change when I go do the other thing, that dialogue. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler. I'm sure of it. Hell yeah. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? Nod. There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Can I suggest you talk to the Yakui? We can do that. They once ruled over far more than just Urkupacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were overlords of Yaktorol and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Cryle, I have a question I'd been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yaktorol around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Tuliolal and get ready to search for the next elector. Alright. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. So, this is probably a good stopping point once we get back there. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought the golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Also, can I say that I'm glad they took the time to differentiate the Pelu Pelu, like, under their masks? They have different eye colors and, like, varying skin tones and stuff. They're not all exactly identical. And that's good. I'm glad for this. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. Alright, so once we get back, here's my called shot for next time, though it's probably pretty obvious. In the other area, we're going to run into Kona and learn more about Kona and how Kona is powerful and whatnot. That would be the storytelling thing that you do. Four-legged troubles aside, Wuklamot completed the feat and earned the keystone. That's all that matters. The Yakhui once ruled the entirety of Yak'Tarol. I'm curious to see what has become of them. Is that why it's called Yak'Tarol, actually? Makes sense. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zeral Shah will not be easy. It feels good to have the feat of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoral Jah and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Look, Wuklamot, you have empathy. They are missing that a little bit. You have the charisma power. I've never seen that robot do a funny jog before. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zabalyev T with us. The contest has hardly begun. And I should turn this quest in, at least. Just long enough to be ambushed by Jazz again. Wait. Sights of the West. Oh, there's the sightseeing log. Hold up. Wait, how do I get up there? Oh, that's up there. Ironheart activated. Ironheart does sound like exactly the sort of thing that would be activated. Like, that sounds like a robot or something. This is probably not the fastest. Activating Ironheart. That sort of thing. The arterial climb. But yeah, while I'm over here retrieving the sightseeing log, I'd like to say thank you all for watching. As with the Elden Ring DLC, there are probably plenty of people streaming Dawntrail at this time. So thank you for... I'm over here now. Where am I? Thank you for choosing to watch me. I think it was basically the three of you the whole time, but I appreciate that still. I do still hope that some more people show up to watch, because I've had like very low viewership recently, like more than usual. LCB Ironheart. Oh, there's a different sightseeing log for the other half, maybe? That's interesting. Ah, okay, so there's a little bit of Jacques Tural in here. Your natural affinity for Iron Hearts. Alright, so there will be more sightseeing log unlocked in the second half, it seems. Maybe. It's Sucrose magnetic. It's her magnetic personality, exactly. Summoner. I should have guessed by the Ifrit Ikai. Ifrit. Again, just cataloging vaguely the jobs of people I run across. Hold up, we just saw Moblin dialogue for a second. Shop space must be tidy before box orders arrive. They have a similar speech pattern to goblins. Confirmed. First Vista. I've heard there are hot springs in Urkapacha, mayhap time permitting. Neither Kona nor Bakul Jaja appear to be in Wanchin Pelo. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. The Pelu remind me of Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal and raise alpacas to bear them to market. Zabalyav tea is truly a wonder of the culinarian world. A golden alpaca. Alone, I may have tried to track the beast myself. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving, and march onwards towards Kozama Uka. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your patient Hanu friend has to say. Nod. And that is where we'll stop. So again, thank you for watching. If you know anyone who you think might enjoy streams, feel free to recommend them. I'd appreciate stuff like that. But don't feel pressured to do so or anything. Hold on, I slightly derailed by realizing that female Hrothgar can be a bit shorter than I expected them to be, actually. Like, that's, all things considered, not that much taller. I thought they were just generally taller than that. Anyway. Guess they can be fairly short. I think, like, 6 feet is their minimum or something, though. So it's not short at all. But anyway, thank you all for watching. This has been the first real Dawntrail MSQ stream. Also, Viper was there. Next time, I may or may not have Pictomancer at 90, so we might see the Pictomancer questline. It is great to see Sucro again. I mean, I've been seeing Sucro a lot, but I like to see Sucro in general. I'm always saying it's great to see Sucro again, every single time I perceive her. But I'm glad you think so too. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Next time might be Pictomancer, but it will definitely be Kozama Uka, I think was the name of the place. And probably stuff beyond that. Maybe we'll even get to the first dungeon. So yeah. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you then. Good night, everyone. Oh yeah, that Sucro fact is updated. It's more specific about where she was. She grew up in Cedarwood. Now that Sucro fact, that's the important one. Good night, everyone.